Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. kENNEKA Jenkins, you're not kENNEKA Martin. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, kENNEKA Jenkins, you're not kENNEKA Martin. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here and I am back and I am back to talk about kENNEKA Jenkins. You are not kENNEKA Martin. Peoples, I am back to do a recap. I am back to do a recap, peoples. This is by popular demand. Many people have been literally calling me and texting me and things, and they wanted me to bring some clarity out of confusion, peoples. I said they wanted me to bring some clarity out of confusion, peoples. And so here I am. I'm back again. And I'm back again, peoples, and I wanted to share this live with you all, peoples. I wanted to go back and I wanted to talk about kENNEKA Jenkins. You're not kENNEKA Martin. And I wanted to set the record straight, peoples, because see, peoples continually to keep thinking that kENNEKA Jenkins and kENNEKA Martin are the same peoples, and I keep telling the people that no, it's two different people. And so, peoples, I wanted to set the record straight again, once and for all. And so, you guys come on in, peoples. You guys come on in, peoples. You guys come on in, because I am going to talk about this on tonight, peoples. So, without further ado, peoples, kENNEKA Jenkins, you are not kENNEKA Martin. Let's go. Hello, Mello. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Mello has says, salute, bro Ed, and everybody in the chat. And it's a blessing to see you on tonight, Mello. We're going to get into this. This was backed by popular demand because the people wanted me to come on back in. They wanted me to talk about this particular segment of the kENNEKA Jenkins case. And I said, okay, well, let me go back and let me play back the live that I had did. Let me play back the live and bring some clarity out of confusion. And so, peoples, without further ado, let's get into kENNEKA Jenkins. You're not kENNEKA Martin. Let's go.
Say what you need to say. 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 what you need to say. Say 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 what you need to say.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and Let's Talk Live. kENNEKA Jenkins. You are not kENNEKA Martin. All right, let's talk. Well, today, people, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things. People's kENNEKA Jenkins, you are not kENNEKA Martin. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. There's so much to talk about. You guys come on in.
Say what you need to say. 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 Say what you need to say.
Say what you need to say. You got to say what you need to say, people. You guys come on in. Say what you need to say. Hello, Mildred Wilkins. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Mildred, you got to come on in and you have to say what you need to say. Hello, my friend Odell Brown Transformation. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mr. Odell, you got to come in and you got to say what you need to say. People, you guys come on in and say what you need to say. Peoples, we got a lineup on tonight. Man, it is just absolutely fantastic, peoples. It is absolutely fantastic, peoples. I mean, my God, the things that I have been learning these past couple of days, it is out of this world. Peoples, when I tell you that I have been getting phone calls, when I tell you that I have been getting emails, when I tell you that the people have literally been reaching out because Edward Joseph has literally been on this thing in a major way. And when I say and this just okay, so I'm not going to touch this thing. I touched the cord and I'm not going to touch it. So here, let me get into a position so then I don't have to worry about that no more. All right, beautiful. Yeah, because it seems like every time I touch this mic, then it tends to go out. I don't know why, but I know the cord. I got to get another cord to it. Okay, I see what it is. Yeah, I do. I definitely got to get another cord because see, when my son gets on the computer, he just yanks out the cord off the mic, and then he goes ahead and hook up the headphones. And I don't like to, sit around and put on the headphones. That's why I went and got this mic. But when he yanks it out, he bends the cord, so it's a loose connection. So I gotta just try not to touch the microphone, then I don't have that problem. But anywho, I'll get a cord tomorrow. And when I get off work, I'll make sure that I go by Best Buy and get a cord. But anyway, peoples, we got a lineup on tonight. I'm downloading the picture and things so I can put up and whatnot. But as you guys can see, it has literally been crazy, peoples. I mean, literally been crazy. My phone lines has been ringing off the hook. The people are calling that number that I put on. where the people can call in and reach me and things. And I've been getting several calls and things, and I don't know who it is. I really don't know who it is. I don't know if it's the family. I don't know if it's some friends. I don't know who it is, but I've been getting some telephone calls, and okay, it's my, you guys hold on because I don't see my picture up on the other thing. So am I streaming on YouTube? Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube. I wonder why come the pictures is not coming up. Let me check my other accounts and see what's going on here. Let me go to my other account because that's unusual for the things to be looking like that. So I just want to make sure that I'm streaming on YouTube. Okay, yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube. So, all right, well, I'm not going to worry about it because as you can see up there in the right-hand corner, the pictures is not showing up. So, but it's check mark. So let me do this. Let me refresh your screen. Hopefully that'll clear it. Okay, so that did clear it. Now let me see. Am I talking? So let me clear this and see if I am talking. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay. So you guys can hear me. Cool. All right. So they have a new thing on. They have a new thing on StreamYard now. So, and I got to look at that again. It's a new screen that I can use now for StreamYard. So let me test out some things here. Okay, I got that. I got that. I got that. Let me see. I got that. I got that. Got that. Got that. Got that. Got that. Okay. So we're just gonna go with this for right now. Do it like that. Okay. So there's some new things that's on StreamYard that I could use, which is really good. So I'm gonna be putting that into effect and things. Once I take a look at it, I haven't really had a chance to really do anything with that and stuff. But people, let me tell you, I have been doing some real deep down wholesome research on this case. Some deep research. And when I tell you that the people have literally been calling me and literally pleading with me not to talk about this case, I kind of almost feel sorry to a degree. Good, there it is right there. That's what I knew I had that picture up. All right. Well, when I say that the people have literally been calling me and pleading with me not to talk about this case, that is exactly what I mean, peoples. And I kind of almost feel sorry for doing it and things and stuff because, I don't want to put people on blast and, so on and so forth. I'm not that type of person. I mean, I could be if I need to be, but for the most part, you guys seen me saying, and, I haven't been on people and things of that nature and stuff. I've been getting here really talking about the case and really bringing some points out and things in that nature and stuff. But I'm telling you, when I get these calls and things and the people are literally begging me I have done enough. I have literally talked about the family and, give the family a break, give them mercy and things and stuff. And I'm kind of like, well, how can I give these people mercy when they have not shown mercy to these people who had got killed? I mean, you help me to make that make sense. You want me to yield mercy to the family, but the family needs to understand that they didn't yield mercy to the people who got killed. So how does that work? I'm sorry if I'm not yielding mercy. I'm sorry if they can't accept the various things that I'm saying and doing and things. I'm sorry if I'm been a little bit provocative and going in a little deeper, harder, and heavier within your own family life and things. I'm just sorry, but I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. And let me tell you, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. And so when I really started to home in upon the establishment, and really when I start to home in upon Teresa Martin and the family, I found some connections to Jamaican Queens. I found some connections to Jamaican Queens. And when I had played the Bob Marley song on the other day, and I mentioned about Jamaican Queens, you guys know I got the phone call. It was a private call and stuff, and had on there for a good 3 to 5 minutes and talking to this person, and they're pleading with me to have mercy upon the family and not to go in on the family. The family, suffered enough and things, and I need to just, taper back upon this and whatnot. And I thought about that, and I'm kind of like, well, that's kind of odd. Okay, so you call me. I mentioned Jamaican Queens. I mentioned and played the Bob Marley song and stuff, and now I'm getting phone calls. What's really going on here? What is it that I have sparked? What is it that I really did? I think that I have really tapped into something so significant. I think I tapped in to something so significant, because that just doesn't happen, peoples. That don't happen. Now, we have a lot of people who have been talking about this case forever and a day. I get it. Everybody has their narrative. Everybody has their belief. I get it. I understand that in things. But it's something about Jamaican Queens that is really bothering these people. So what is it about Jamaican Queens, peoples, that is really bothering these people? And I'm not going to talk about it tonight, but I am going to talk about it. I got to do a little bit more research, people. Got to do a little bit more diving in and probing in things. But I tell you one thing, and I'm gonna take a quote from 54 Keys. We're on their ass in a major way. Now, for all of my friends out there who consistently chime out on the community wall, thank you so much. But I would love it if you come to the panel and share your thoughts and views and things, because see, what you're doing is you're hiding behind the scenes. And I love your commentary, but I will even more love it if you come to the panel and share your thoughts and views and things. Because you got people who say, well, kENNEKA Jenkins and kENNEKA Martin is the same person. Well, from my research and from what memory serves me is that they had stated that there is 2 kENNEKAs. That's what was stated in the very beginning of this case. There was 2 kENNEKAs. And I think over a period of time, I have proven that there were 2 kENNEKAs. Now, I have been showing different pictures of these girls who they proclaim to be, other kENNEKAs and things. I'm going to show you the pictures tonight and whatnot. But let's just say we're going to talk about it tonight. Is that all right, people? We're going to talk about it tonight. and then we'll just get your thoughts and views and things. See, I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to spend so much time trying to prove to no one, because I've already proven my stance. You don't get this type of attention if you're not saying anything. You understand what I'm saying? So, whatever I'm saying something that got the attention of these people. So, I'm going to show you some pictures. We're going to talk about it. We're going to get into this thing tonight and all, because again, I'm going to show you a picture, and I've already put it on the community wall. And I want to get you guys' thoughts and views upon this. Because, see, what was told to me by different ones, everybody is saying that this happened back in 2015. And this is just a reenactment of the girl who ended up getting killed back in 2015. Okay, well, then if this is a playoff to that of what happened back in 2015, what I need those people to understand now is that these people have died. Whoever that young lady was back then had died. But these people in the so-called reenactment, as everyone wants to call it, have died. They died. It's unequivocal, undeniable people. They died. They died. And they died a horrible death. Horrible death. And it was more than just the people who the news have outlined, because I think it was stated that at least 5 people died at the establishment. Well, that was one too many that had passed away at the establishment, and it didn't really get no news coverage. But on Edward Joseph's Let's Talk Live channel, it's going to get the coverage, and it is getting the coverage. And people's, I'm getting ever so close to finding out who that young lady was that was in a freezer. Now, this is unacceptable to me. This is unacceptable to many of you, you know, and I still, to this day, I need the people to help me to make this make sense. We're going to cover this again. All of these particular freezers that this young lady was supposed to have walked in, help me to make that make sense. Help me to make that make sense. When the people say that that is not KENNEKA Jenkins and it's KENNEKA Martin, or it's not KENNEKA Martin, connections to Jamaican Queens. And when I had played the Bob Marley song on the other day, and I mentioned about Jamaican Queens, you guys know I got the phone call. It was a private call and stuff, and got on there for what, a good 3 to 5 minutes, and talking to this person, and they're pleading with me to have mercy upon the family and not to go in on the family. The family, you know, suffered enough and things, and I need to just, you know, taper back upon this and whatnot. And I thought about that, and I'm kind of like, well, that's kind of odd. Okay, so you call me, I mentioned Jamaican Queens, I mentioned and played the Bob Marley song and stuff, and now I'm getting phone calls. What's really going on here? What is it that I have sparked? What is it that I really did? People's, I think that I have really tapped into something so significant. I think I tapped in to something so significant, because that just doesn't happen, people's. You know, that don't happen. Now, we have a lot of people who have been talking about this case forever and a day. I get it. Everybody has their narrative. Everybody has their belief. I get it. I understand that in things. But It's something about Jamaican queens that is really bothering these people. So, what is it about Jamaican queens, peoples, that is really bothering these people? And I'm not going to talk about it tonight, but I am going to talk about it. I got to do a little bit more research, people. Got to do a little bit more diving in and probing in things. But I tell you one thing, and I'm gonna take a quote from 54 Keys. We're on their ass in a major way. Now, for all of my friends out there who consistently chime out on the community wall, thank you so much. But I would love it if you come to the panel and share your thoughts and views and things, because see, what you're doing is you're hiding behind the scenes. And I love your commentary, but I will even more love it if you come to the panel and share your thoughts and views and things. Because you got people who say, well, kENNEKA Jenkins and kENNEKA Martin is the same person. Well, from my research and from what memory serves me is that they had stated that there is two kENNEKAs. That's what was stated in the very beginning of this case. There was two kENNEKAs. And I think over a period of time, I have proven that there were two kENNEKAs. Now, I have been showing different pictures of these girls who they proclaim to be, other kENNEKAs and things. I'm going to show you the pictures tonight and whatnot. But let's just say we're going to talk about it tonight. Is that all right, people? We're going to talk about it tonight. And then we'll just get your thoughts and views and things. See, I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to spend so much time trying to prove to no one, because I've already proven my stance. You don't get this type of attention if you're not saying anything. You understand what I'm saying? So, whatever I'm saying something that got the attention of these people. So I'm going to show you some pictures. We're going to talk about it. We're going to get into this thing tonight and all, because again, I'm going to show you a picture, and I've already put it on the community wall. And I want to get you guys' thoughts and views upon this. Because, see, what was told to me by different ones, everybody is saying that this happened back in 2015. And this is just a reenactment of the girl who ended up getting killed back in 2015. Okay, well, then if this is a playoff to that of what happened back in 2015, what I need those people to understand now is that these people have died. Whoever that young lady was back then had died. But these people in the so-called reenactment, as everyone wants to call it, have died. They died. It's unequivocal, undeniable people. They died. They died. And they died a horrible death. Horrible death. And it was more than just the people who the news have outlined, because I think it was stated that at least 5 people died at the establishment. Well, that was one too many that had passed away at the establishment, and it didn't really get no news coverage. But on Edward Joseph's Let's Talk Live channel, it's going to get the coverage, and it is getting the coverage. And peoples, I'm getting ever so close to finding out who that young lady was that was in a freezer. Now, this is unacceptable to me. This is unacceptable to many of you. And I still to this day I need the people to help me to make this make sense. We're going to cover this again. All of these particular freezers that this young lady was supposed to have walked in, help me to make that make sense. Help me to make that make sense. When the people say that that is not KENNEKA Jenkins and it's KENNEKA Martin, or it's not KENNEKA Martin, but it's KENNEKA Jenkins, or it's KENNEKA Jenkins and KENNEKA Martin, well, you got a time to chime out tonight. And we're going to put this to rest once and for all. You know, as far as Edward Joseph is concerned, peoples, and I get it, I understand your stance, I get it. But as far as I stand, it is a KENNEKA Jenkins and it is a KENNEKA Martin. Unequivocal, undeniable peoples. One is taller than the other. One has a mole on her face, and she has retractive tooth under or on her bottom sets of teeth. The other one has straight rows of teeth, but one has a longer leg than the other, and she walks with a limp. That's why she's all the time standing with her legs bent. Now, that's unequivocal, that's undeniable, people. We went through every picture, conceivable picture that they had of KENNEKA. We had all of these KENNEKA lookalikes and things like that. This is now your time to shoot your shot on tonight. But we're going to get into this, peoples. And then we're going to get into the connects as to Jedediah and how he's connected to. Y'all want to get the drum roll. James Coleman. Oh, Edward Joseph. Did you not know that all of these people were working together in concert? Did you not know that James Coleman was Teresa Martin handler? Jedediah, you disgust me, my friend. You disgust me. You really disgust me. Zach TV1, you disgust me. Carl Nesbitt, you literally disgust me. And the man who had stopped, who started all of this stuff, disgusts me even more so than ever before. Andrew Holmes. All connected peoples. They're all connected to a organ harvesting, organ trafficking entity. All peoples. I got the connects to the connects to the connects. And it is going to be nasty. It's going to be nasty, peoples. I couldn't, for the likes of me, understand people. Why would they go ahead and do the various things that they have done? I couldn't understand that for the likes of me. You know, this whole family, Jazzy, and the rest of the crew, all of them are involved in this caper. Every last one of them. Shamaya, Monifa, Bree, Irene, T.Y., Tanasia, and all of these other ones, and the gang members and things. The BDs, the Vice Lords, the crazy crew. You know, all of these entities, all of these people are connected. And it really pissed me off when I heard about King Rob and Chosen King. It really pissed me off about the Justice League. And some of you YouTubers, I'm getting ready to expose your big black ASS because you were there. You people were there. Did you guys hear what I said? The various people who had literally had talked about this case from the very beginning and was dropping some videos and pictures and all like this and stuff. Those niggas was there at the establishment. And let me tell you, people, it is more video footage than this little so-called 36 hours of madness that they had put out there. Did you hear what I said? In all of this video madness that they put out there, all of this stuff was mixed up for all of these different days. They pieced this thing together. Did you hear what I said? They literally pieced this thing together. And you had these people, these YouTubers and stuff, these Negroes are paid operators. They were paid to put this stuff out there. Everybody was literally sitting around here going in a merry-go-round. Everybody was going in a merry-go-round. They put truths and half-truths out there. And then they put no truths out there. And you know what they did, people? They literally had made the whole YouTube community stand in odds with each other. Did you hear what I said? Oh, peoples, man. Shit just got real. It just got real. And if you ever watched me for any length of time, you heard what I said. I was going to call out these people for the very madness that they have ever spoken about this case. And that's exactly what I intend on doing, peoples. And I am going to be putting out a petition to get the body of the young lady who is buried in the grave exhumed. Did you hear what I said? I said I am going to put out a petition for the young lady whose body is buried in an unmarked tomb. People, did you guys hear? I was just looking at the news today and stuff, well, at least on YouTube, because it really hasn't been worldwide up on the news here in my area. 215 people buried in a unmarked grave behind a jail. 215 people whose names nobody can even mention, buried in an unmarked grave. Now, you would think that that would be national news. I just happened to turn it on to YouTube and stuff when I was doing my research today, and I saw that and stuff. And Bill Crump is on the case and things. People, did you hear what I said? And nobody is talking about it. Well, we're going to talk about it. 215 people, all in an unmarked grave. And you know what that says, people? How many people have lost their lives, organs probably taken and things, for whatever reason. 215 people, somebody knew something. Somebody knew something. That was the biggest cover-up and scandal there is, peoples. And there's no justification for that whatsoever. All of those people in an unmarked grave. Think about that for one moment. And think about the implications that is having upon all of these unsolved cases now and stuff. And how that is going to change and transform all of these cases that is up and coming. People, I told you this year is the year of reveal. God is revealing the madness that these people have been doing forever and a day. And these people are not going to get away with it. Let me tell you, you have to be prayerful, you have to be consistent, and you have to be insistent. People, you cannot give up. You cannot throw in the towel. It takes time, it takes patience, and it takes effort. And everybody has to do their part. Every last one of us. And how you do your part, continue to keep talking about this case. Don't let up. Continue to keep politicking with each other. Continue to find all of the different posts and pictures and everything and stuff. Get your narrative out there. And even if the people don't agree with what you're saying, it doesn't matter, peoples. Let this young lady's name stay in the airwaves. Keep pushing, keep pressing, keep knotting, keep prodding, keep putting pressure upon them. They're not liking it, peoples. They're not liking it. These people can't sleep. Do you think that Monifa, Shemaiah, and Bree and all of them are having wonderful lives and stuff? Money don't make you happy, peoples. And with the things that's happening now and stuff, see, you know what's happening right now in the atmosphere with all of this stuff that is going on, and all of these people are being brought to justice. You see the P. Diddy scandal. You see the what is that Beyonce's husband name? Whatever his name is and stuff. All of these people are coming out. You see Oprah Winfrey. You see T.D. Jakes. You see Tyler Perry. All of these people are being called to the carpet. And this is the atmosphere. And I'm glad that this is the atmosphere, because you know what's happening, people, is setting you up for action. It's setting you up to get mad, to get engaged, and to say, look, enough is enough. We need to stand together and do this. And if we don't stand together, peoples, then what is it that we are doing? What is it that we're arguing for? What is it that we're fussing and fighting and feuding for? Just because you don't see it my way? Okay, so what is your way? If you don't see it my way, what is your way? Whatever your way is, and even if we can't politic, do what you do. Say what you need to say, but get it out there. Engage your people, but engage somebody. And then take action. You get satisfaction when you take action. But if you don't take action, people, you never have any satisfaction. Is that all right, peoples? We are here. We are going to be engaged even more so now than ever before. Now than ever before, peoples. I'm telling you. This year is the year of reveal. And if you look around, all of those things that was done in the dark, light is finally being shed upon it. All right, people, so let me get these shots out and let's get into this on tonight. Oh, man, let's get into this on tonight, people. My friend, Mr. Odell Brown Transformation, has said, Mr. Edward Joseph, I remember a video that you shown where KENNEKA Jenkins was lying in the bed and Monifa had said, I love you
Do you remember that video where kENNEKA Jenkins was lying in the bed? Yes, I do remember that video. And I do remember she was in the bed with Munifa. And the way she was lying looks like the way she is lying in the freezer. Hello, David. Okay, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Is it Heiser? But Mr. David has said, go get Edward. You're the bomb. Thank God for you. Hello, Kelly Lattimore Davis. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. That's my Facebook friend on there. Hello, my namesake, Anika Hope. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Hello, Mr. Homer Green. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Hello, Claudia Barbie. My friend, it is a blessing to see you on tonight. Hello, BJ The Shits TV. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Did I miss anybody, peoples? My namesake said all the money probably gone already they got. I'm sure it is. Hello, Brenda Edwards. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Brenda Edwards has said it looks like 2024 going to be the year of exposure. And you are exactly right. Hello, Marvin Atkins. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Marvin Atkins says, what's going on from Pittsburgh, everyone? Peoples, we have the people all over the world, and everybody is coming in watching. Everybody is coming in watching. All right, peoples, you know what I always say in things. We got all of these people. We got 50 people in here, and we only got 21 likes. Let's get that up to at least 26. I need 5 people to hit that like button immediately. Get those likes up. Come on, peoples. You know how to do it. Get me up there. Keep me in the algorithm. Show me some love. I've been showing you love all of this time. Don't treat me like a second-class citizen. Hit that like button. Get me up there. Get me up there, peoples. Get me up there. Keep me up there so we can get into this thing. All right, so I'm at 21. I need 5 more people. Get me up at 26 people. Okay, we're at 24. 24. I need a couple more people. Couple more people. Hit that like button. Get me up to 26. But at least get me more than that. But at least 26. At least. Okay, so we have 24 people. Come on. Now, people, don't be stingy with those likes. Now, I have been here. I have been running my tail ragged and stuff, doing all of this research, bringing all of these good, juicy content for you and things. We have 25. One more, peoples. And treat Edward like you love him. Treat Edward Joseph like, still treat me like you love me. Like BJ said, get those likes up, peoples. Get those likes up. I need one more, peoples. We got all of these people in here. I just need one more. One more like, one more. Okay, we got 27. Thank you, peoples. Thank you. All right, peoples. All right, people. So what I am going to do is I'm going to share this video with you. Let me go to Facebook real quick. I'm going to share this video with you. And this is going to be the catalyst as to what I'm going to talk about on tonight and things. Now, I'm sure that many of you have heard this video and many of you have saw this video, but you need to hear it again. You definitely need to hear it again because it is something that the people definitely need to hear, need to know, and need to understand. Now, a lot of people called this young lady so many different names and stuff. They called her crazy. They called her stupid. They called her all of this and that and the other and all. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever the case may be, people, that's fine. But at the end of the day, she spoke truth
in this case. She spoke truth in this case. And see that's the thing, peoples, because a lot of people tend to all the time want to discount a lot of stuff that is going on. And I'm kind of like, well, why you want to discount everything that the people are saying? Just because things ain't measuring up to the way that you want it to be, that doesn't mean anything, peoples. That doesn't mean anything. Everybody has to some point and to a degree, have to speak in code language. And if you listen to what this girl said, she was speaking major facts about
Gang stalking.
and not only gang stalking peoples.
She was speaking facts about other content creators who have literally have been in this thing and have been sharing a whole lot of stuff. They need to be called to the carpet. So I want you to listen to the two names, but I want you to listen again to what she's saying, but listen attentively, peoples. Now it's a lot of whining and sniffling and things like that and stuff, but you got to understand the ordeal that this young lady been through. She's been through an ordeal. And what she is saying is tying into everything that we have learned so far.
And then so. So we're going to start off with that, and then we're going to proceed further from there. But I need you to listen because it's always good to recap up on those things that you may have missed. So let's listen to Azariah
As she spoken
about Zach
and her and other content creators and Kanika and others, in this case, peoples. Let's listen to Azariah Peoples.
Zach Stoner died May 30th, 2018. He was driving in the South Loop neighborhood when he was shot in the head and neck. His Jeep jumped the curb and hit a pole. He later died at Northwest Memorial Hospital. Zach Stoner was a well-known YouTuber, also known for his popular channel Zach TV One. Actually sat down to interview some of the people that attended the party in which Kanika went missing from.
Let me interject here for one moment, people. Let me interject for one moment. Zach had got shot in the head and in the neck. Shemaiah got shot in the head. Now, I'm not sure exactly how the other people had got shot, whether they got shot in the head, or whether they got shot in the neck, or whether they got shot in their torso. I'm not really sure. I know some other content creators had talked about the other people who had ended up getting killed. But Zach had got shot in the head. So the same it seems like to me, people, the same manner in which he got shot is in the same manner to which Shemaiah got shot, and probably some of the other people. They're not going for the torso. They want to make sure that you are what? Dead. And there was another guy who we have seen. I covered that a while back on my channel. Remember the gentleman who had got shot in the head? He got shot in the back of the head. Somebody was in the, no, not in the back of the head, but on the side of the head. The bullet went in on one side and then came out the other side. And he was in his truck. And we were talking about that. We was talking about that, but that was last year sometime, early last year. But who's ever doing these killings are people who wants to make sure that these people are dead. They wanted to make sure that these people are dead. So it wasn't no, okay, well, I'm going to shoot you in the leg or I'm going to shoot you in the arm or something. No, they're doing a kill shot. And so in essence, people's, you can consider that almost, what is that when you get shot in the back of the head? Execution style. That is kind of like an execution style type of killing. So from my knowledge about people who get shot like that, gang members don't shoot people in the head. Let me say that now, people. Gang members do not shoot people in the head. When gang members tend to shoot, they're reckless. You know, they just point and then just, you know, just all crazy and stuff. I mean, look at Tupac. He got shot in the chest, and Biggie Smalls and all of these other people. You know, they got shot in their torso. But a professional would shoot you in the head. Not no gang member. So when you guys are looking at these executions with Zach and what happened to Shemaiah, it wasn't no gang member. It was someone who was paid to put a hit out on them, contrary to what your belief says. And you know, hey, you're welcome to believe what you want to believe, people. And I am welcome to say what I need to say. And I'm saying what I need to say because if you look at a lot of the murders and things that has spread around all over Chicago, you do your research, you will rarely see people shot in the head. They just don't do that, people. Gang members don't go around shooting people in the head. They're opportunists. But people who do kill shots like that are someone in the military or have a military background. Someone in authority that will do that. So shooting a person in the head means that you meant to take that person out. And so we're going to cover that too. We're going to cover why the people think that Zach got killed. because a lot of people think Zach got killed over some beef that his friend, he wasn't the target or anything like that. No, Zach was a target. He was a major target. He had literally been told to leave this case alone. And he chose not to leave the case alone. But about time that he wanted to, it was already too late. It was already too late. So now you got to understand why Zach got killed. So several reasons that could come to play. One, he was instrumental in getting the interviews with these people. That was number one. But don't think for one moment Zach did not know these kids. Zach knew these kids. Zach knew Shemaya, Monifa, Bree, Irene, KENNEKA, TY, and everybody. Don't think for one moment Zach did not know Teresa Martin, James Coleman, and Carl Nesbitt, and all of them peoples. He knew them. He had connections with them. Now the question that remains is, okay, so he knew them, then what happened? What was the breakdown? And that's the $1 million question. That was the $1 million question. What did Zach do? Well, I can tell you one thing that Zach didn't do. Zach did not obey the eye in the triangle. Okay, so let me repeat that again. Zach Stoner did not obey the eye in the triangle. The Illuminati, the uppers. Remember that post that I posted on yesterday, people, when the person had said that you will obey us. Well, let me see. Let me see. I'm gonna find that post again because I want the post to speak instead of me speaking. And I got it. I got the screenshot. I got the screenshot. Let me look for that. Give me 1 second, people, because I think that's very important. That's very important. See, whenever I'm trying to break down this narrative, it's always important to put these little pieces of the puzzle together so you can follow me clearly and understand where I'm coming from, not for me to just kind of throw some stuff out there and things. And, no, I know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And I know exactly where I'm going. And they clearly told you. Let me see. Where is that? I know it's one of these pictures. Let me see. Was it this picture? Let me see. Okay. Nope. That's not it. All right. Let me go to my downloads because I know I had put that picture up and I had shown you the other day. So let me go back to these pictures right here that I had shown the other day. So, okay, it's not that one. 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 All right, I may have to go back to my phone and get it. Let me see. Is this it? Okay, nope, it's not that one. Is this it? No, it's not that one, but we're still going to keep that one up. Is this it? Okay, we're going to keep that one up too because that's Mr. Man showing his money. Nope, it's not that one. I know I got it because I just showed it just a couple of, either the other day or the day before. Okay, let me see. Okay, so let me see. All right, so I got to go back on my phone, but I know I showed it. I got to go back on my phone, but I know that I showed that. I showed that picture. But anyway, I'm gonna paraphrase up on that because I got it, but I got to look on my phone. Let me look at this again and see if I got it on one of these. Nope, that's not it. Okay, let me look at this. Okay, not that's that. Uh, let me see. It's got to be one of these. Okay, that's all the redacted stuff. So, okay, so it's not this far down. So let's check that and see. Okay, that is not that. I'm not going to spend too long trying to find it because I know that I have it. And it's not that. Man, I wish I could. Let me look on my phone because I remember somebody had a post and they were saying that you must obey the eye. You must obey the eye. When the eye gives you a command, you must obey it, and things are, you're going to suffer the consequences behind it. And I was just playing that on the live the other day. All right. Well, anyway, while I'm playing the thing for Zach, then I'm going to be looking on my phone. Okay. Hey, hello, Omni Lee. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Omni Lee had said, just got home, but I may be knocked out. Did a 15 hours shaking my head. I just got my phone posted, so I hear you. Beautiful. All right, people. I'm gonna find that post and then I'm gonna post it up. But anyway, let me paraphrase for what it was saying. Basically, what it was saying, it was talking about the eye. The eye is the Illuminati. Zach did not obey what the uppers had told him not to do. He did not obey what the uppers had told him not to do. And he went on and did what he wanted to do anyway. And so basically, they told him, we're going to take you out. Leave the case alone. Mind your own business, nigger. But the nigger did not mind his own business. That was number one. So the nigger got taken out of here. Okay, you say check my text messages. All right, let me see. Y'all hold on for a second. Okay. Yeah. This is it. This is it. This is it. All right. Thank you. BJ. All right. Let me share this to my let me share this to my Facebook real quick, y'all. Because me, I've always liked to put things in perspective. So we're going to put this in perspective. Let me share this right here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. All right, you guys give me a second. Let me go back to Facebook. Because me, I like to put things in perspective. I like to put context to things and stuff, show you what I'm saying. I like thing down. So here, let me go back to, let me refresh my Facebook page. And this is it right here. Okay. Let me share my screen. Where's that? Right there. Okay, cool. Let me share my screen, peoples. See, peoples, there's a lot of, you guys hold on for 1 second. Okay, I'm back. There is a lot of truth and lies in this case, and you have to be able to dissect, take bits and pieces out of this puzzle, because it is a puzzle. It is a major puzzle. And you got to learn how to take the bits and pieces out the puzzle and woven this stuff together. You know, you got to wove it together, but wove it with that of what they say, not what a lot of people think. It's what they say. And this is what I do all the time, people. I take what they say, because I don't want to sit here and try to conjure up stuff and make up things and stuff. I'm just going to utilize what they say and put it together. All right. So this is what this says right here. Yeah, this is it right here. It says this, the 23rd message today, and I'm up here arguing with you broke, dirty MFers when this is the real problem. I told y'all ugly A's, they really didn't want me to shed light on Shorty Nim's story. I hate y'all blind A's, but I am here to teach. That's what Zach said. Y'all clearly see that, right? Clear as daylight. All right, let me increase it just a little bit more so you guys can clearly see what I'm saying. Okay, he said, well, this is the person that responded to him. He said, for the I, we must do everything to worship, even if it means sacrifice. Okay, so let me repeat that again, peoples. The I is the Illuminati. The I is the triangle. The I is the Illuminati. The I is the, oh, snap, really? Okay. Mike Tate was shot in the face. So Mike Tate was shot in the head as well. And not sure about Rico. Well, you guys hold on for a second. All right, peoples. So it says, for the I, we must do everything to worship it, even if it means sacrifice. The I controls and the I rules. Those who disobey the I should get their greater eyes taken. For a greater purpose. Oh, okay. 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 All right. Well, I'm gonna share this too. Okay. I'm gonna share this to I'm gonna share this to I'm gonna share this to Facebook. All right, either download this one. Okay, let me see. Y'all hold on for a second. I'm gonna share this to Facebook. Okay, put that in Facebook. Okay, so this will be my next one. Okay, so it says, for the eye, we must do everything to worship, even if it means sacrifice. The eye controls and the eye rules. Those who disobey the eye should get their eyes taken. For a greater purpose, we took that girl, and you're next if the interview shall come out. We do not forgive, and we do not forgive for the eye. And then Zach said, I believe in God. Do what you got to do. I am standing behind my people by any means necessary. Don't forget to subscribe to Zach TV. Okay, well, that was a major threat to Zach. And Zach sat up here and he thought that these people were playing. But the people were not playing. The people were not playing. You heard what the eye said. The eye told them that they don't forgive. Now let me show you peoples what the eye basically is saying. Let me show you. Let me show you, because you heard what the eye said, right? Okay, so let me show you peoples what the eye meant when the eye had spoken. And when you put everything into context and stuff, and you heard what the young lady had said and spoken to Zach, well, then you'll understand what I mean. Let me show you this picture, peoples, and then you'll get a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey. Right here. Joel Calm. She had a rough weekend, and then he X'd out her eyes and then make googly eyes with question mark.
Now, people, let me interject right here for one moment in things, and I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna finish playing the live, but I wanted to talk to you guys just for one moment. Now, I'm going back in time and I'm going back in history because I had to go and I had to bring this thing back so you guys can get a greater understanding as to this case and what transpired, what has happened. And a lot of people are on a misconception, and a lot of people, it's amazing to me when I sit back and I've listened to many of you, and I listen to many of you who speak about this case. But when you speak about this case, you don't incorporate everything. You focus upon one or two little bits and pieces of this case, and then you tend to run a narrative with it. But you basically fail to realize and understand one of the most important factors in this case, and that is how she died. How she died. Peoples, I have shown you unequivocally and undeniably how she died. How she died. And so it doesn't matter whether you believe it was the beverage manager, the maintenance guy, France Cave, the guy in the black hoodie, If you believe that it was Carl Nesbitt or Ty Tanasia or any of the gang members or the um the housekeeper or whatever, it doesn't matter to the degree, peoples, who you feel had killed KENNEKA. The bottom line is, and this is what I've been trying to express and explain for years, for years. I tried to express and to explain peoples that James Coleman, Carl Nesbitt, and TM and others all knew that KENNEKA was going to die. They knew, and they knew ahead of time. And this was a major setup, peoples. This was a major setup. This wasn't no random thing that just happened and whatnot. And KENNEKA was supposed to have been going to the movies, and just all of a sudden she just decided that she wanted to go to Irene's party and stuff. No, peoples, no. It didn't happen that way. It didn't happen that way. See, the thing is, and this is what I keep trying to tell many of you. If it wasn't no great setup, well, then help me to make this make sense. Why was Monifa and Shamaya at the establishment at a earlier time than what they were supposed to have walked in, and then somebody is taking a picture of them? See, the thing is, peoples, if this case was just in a manner to which you tried to proclaim it to be, and everything happened upon a night, well, then help me to make it make sense. See, I need you to come to my live and to help me to make it make sense, because the shit that you're saying, it doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make no sense, peoples. Absolutely not. And see, the thing is, peoples, you can't even get KENNEKA out of Irene's live. And yet you got your big mouth open saying that KENNEKA Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment. She never did. She never did, peoples. She never walked the halls of that establishment. And see, peoples, the thing is, it doesn't really matter how many pictures, it doesn't really matter how many videos that I'll show you. It doesn't matter how many times I show you that KENNEKA Jenkins had a recessed tooth. That's how you can figure out who KENNEKA Jenkins is. She has a recessed tooth, peoples, and she has a mole by her lip. And then she used to wear this piercing up on the side of her face. That's KENNEKA Jenkins. KENNEKA Martin didn't have that, peoples. See, you guys keep mistaking the two. And you want to try to put KENNEKA Jenkins in where she's never been. She's never been, peoples. She's never been in TY's live. KENNEKA can't be skinny and then turn around and be fat. She just can't, peoples. She can't. Now, shout out to Trey Gay. You know, finally, the Booty Buster is finally getting it. He had made a short on the other day, and the young lady was talking about James Coleman and Carl Nesbitt. And she was talking about KENNEKA Jenkins, peoples. But lo and behold, I agreed to a certain degree to what the young lady was saying, because I've been saying this forever and a day. I've been saying this for years on end, peoples. But there's one thing that I disagree with her on, is that it wasn't KENNEKA Jenkins that was sitting in the chair with the girl who was sitting over her. It was KENNEKA Martin, not KENNEKA Jenkins, peoples. And so that's what I disagree with her upon. But I do agree with her, because Carl Nesbitt and James Coleman had something to do with kENNEKA. Carl Nesbitt was the guy in the black hoodie who carried kENNEKA. And I've always told you, people, it's the one who carried kENNEKA was the one who killed kENNEKA. That's what I said. I said the one who carried kENNEKA was the one who killed kENNEKA. And I have always stated, peoples, that kENNEKA was transported all over that establishment and assaulted multiple times, peoples. Multiple times. And yes, it was true. kENNEKA did see a murder happen. kENNEKA was in several gangs and things and jumped ship and whatnot. And this was the punishment for what she have seen and for what she has done. You do remember that Shamaya had said that kENNEKA was the biggest snitch there was in Chicago. And you do remember, peoples, that snitches get stitches, right? You do remember that. And so, peoples, I have been saying this forever and a day for the longest time. Now I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna see if I can find that little short that Trey Gay had did, because the young lady was speaking up on some things. Now, I'm not saying that I totally believe everything that she said, but I do agree with some of the things that she said. And some of the things that she said correlates with the various things that I've been saying for years, peoples. And see, the thing is, peoples, is that many of you continue and insist on trying to say that kENNEKA Jenkins and kENNEKA Martin is the same. But yet I have yet to see any of you come on my live or make a live to do a comparison of kENNEKA Jenkins and kENNEKA Martin. And to explain to us in great detail, unequivocally and undeniably, how you can be able to merge the two. I have yet to see it, peoples. I have yet to see any YouTuber, any Facebooker, even Trey Gay himself try to merge kENNEKA Jenkins and kENNEKA Martin as being the same. You can't, peoples. You absolutely can't. And then when you think that it was only one girl who was assaulted at the establishment that night, you're crazy. You're stupid. You're just absolutely stupid, because it was more than one girl who played kENNEKA, and it was more than one girl who got assaulted and ended up dying. Oh, you remember in the case files, peoples, when they had called for the ambulance, and the dispatch had said there was 2 assaults and battery. 2 assaults and battery. And the battery means that the person that had been assaulted was gravely ill. And they had to have a police escort to take them from the establishment to the hospital. Now, peoples, you don't say 2 assaults and batteries if nothing happened. And just because you didn't see it, don't mean it didn't happen, because it did happen, because they called for it, peoples. It's in the case files. It's what one of the dispatchers had stated, peoples. 2 assaults and batteries. Now, who was down there fighting, and for what reason, peoples? And for all of these girls who played kENNEKA, well, then help me to make this make sense. Did you see any one of them walk out from that establishment in the same attire as kENNEKA Jenkins, peoples? You never did. I said you never did. And then, furthermore, peoples, you can't even give me a good enough timeline for all of this stuff that's supposed to have happened within a 1 hour golden hour, peoples. And see, what's so funny to me is simply this, peoples. Many of you believe that it is a 1, 2, or 5 or 6 hour difference. Whatever happened in Chicago in Chicago time. And there's no reason why you should be using UTC time. You don't turn the clock back no 6 hours, people. So that's stupid. Because whatever Chicago time, whatever time that the incident has happened, that is the time to when it had happened. So you don't need to use UTC time to try to derive a time, peoples. That is so stupid. That is the most stupidest thing that I have ever heard listening to this kENNEKA Jenkins case. And then see, the thing is too, peoples, you guys want to try to match up what you see on the video footage to that of what your mind says to you of what happened to kENNEKA. But peoples, all of this madness ain't nothing but clips. Clips. That's all it is clips. There is no continuity to this video footage. It ain't nothing but clips. And all of this madness has been edited. All of this video footage has been taken out of context and placed together to derive a narrative for you. Just because you see people walking at a certain time, that doesn't necessarily mean that that video footage is absolutely correct and right. Peoples, again, when you want to try to challenge me and tell me that all of this video footage is the exact time that these people were doing what they were doing, well, then help me to make this make sense. Two things I'm going to bring up. One thing is when kENNEKA had died, those pictures was taken. I said, at the time to when kENNEKA Jenkins had died, those pictures that you see her lying in state in the freezer were taken. And those were fresh pictures. So what I'm saying is, peoples, she wasn't lying around for no hours on end. No, peoples, because by the freezer being on, because we know that the freezer was on, because the ice cube that was sitting under her big toe was still solid. And I've shown you that it came from a solid piece of ice to a wet puddle. It melted, so it turned into a puddle of water. And then it turned into a frozen puddle, meaning that the freezer was on, then the freezer was off for some period of time, enough for the ice to melt. And then from there, the freezer was turned back on enough for that for that puddle of water to have frozen again. Let me show you, peoples, and then I'm gonna get back on to the the live on tonight, peoples. But I wanted to show you this, peoples, because see, the thing is that you got to put everything in perspective, peoples. You can't leave things out. And then when you want to try to give a narrative and you think that you got it and stuff, well, then you got to help me to make this make sense, because at the end of the day, peoples, you got to tell me how. And oh boy, here we go. It's just, man, I can't stand this, but you know, I'm going to clean out some of this, more of these videos off my computer, because this should be coming up real quick and it's not coming up real quick. So, okay, so I'm not going to worry about it. Not going to spend too much time up on it. I'll get back to that. But the people who ever seen my live seen it before, peoples. And so what I'm basically saying is this, peoples. Regardless of what your narrative may be, peoples, the bottom line is simply this. Help me to make this make sense. Two things I'm going to ask you. One is, why was Shemaya and Monifa at the establishment hours before all of them was supposed to have walked in? That doesn't make no sense, peoples, because if they was at the establishment hours before they all were supposed to walk in, well, then that means what? What does that mean? It means that they couldn't all have been there on the same day, right? It had to be a different day, right? Because what sense does it make to be in the elevator having some pictures taken of you and then walk out at a certain time and proclaim that you all are walking in at the same time at 1:13 in the morning? What sense does that make, peoples? And then they were all in the same attire. That it doesn't make no sense, peoples. I said it doesn't make no sense. And see, you can't even explain it. But see, one thing that I do know is that they were there early because I got the picture and I've shown you the picture. And then two, in the picture, that was a professional picture, people, because the quality of the picture was so superb. We didn't have high def cameras on camera phones, on cell phones at that particular time during that particular year, peoples. No, peoples. It wasn't like that. Because as you've seen, every photo that they have taken with their phones, it was kind of grainy. Because the quality of the pictures by taking a selfie from a phone wasn't all that great. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And then two, the picture in the elevator, it did not have a continuous tone to it, meaning that you didn't see Shemaiah and you didn't see Monifa image be replicated many times over as you did when you had seen Shemaiah, Monifa, and KENNEKA in the bathroom at the Crown Plaza, and you've seen the repeated image of KENNEKA in the photo, peoples, because Shemaiah was taking a selfie from the mirror. When Shemaiah and Monifa did not take a selfie because the door in the elevator was not a mirror. They were just posing for the camera. And I've told you, peoples, that it was a white man in there that had taken the picture of them, that had filmed NTY's live, and then that had filmed a lot of the stuff that we have seen play out in this KENNEKA Jenkins case. I've shown you who he was, because I've shown you when he was taking a picture in the elevator and it was panning around, we seen him, peoples. We seen him big time. And that's just to let you know, peoples, that this was a reenactment that happened on the night. And it wasn't the original, enactment, peoples. Until you can get that, you won't get that, peoples. And see, you can tell me until you blew in the face that KENNEKA Jenkins was at the establishment on the night and all of this stuff happened on the night, but yet two things you can't explain that you need to explain, that I know you can't explain. So it ain't no sense in even arguing with you. One, you can't even tell me how or who took the picture of Shemaiah and Monifa and why Shemaiah and Monifa was there hours before the time to when they all were supposed to have walked in to the establishment. That's number one. You can't explain it. Number two, you can't explain when those pictures was taken of KENNEKA when she was in the freezer. Because we heard all of these conspiracy theories and stories of KENNEKA here and KENNEKA there, KENNEKA everywhere, KENNEKA in TY's live and KENNEKA over here and all like this. But they have already told you from the beginning, peoples, that KENNEKA Jenkins was found in the rear in the dock area. That's the original story. That's where KENNEKA Jenkins was found. And from there, she was carried. She was carried, peoples. She was carried. She didn't walk. She didn't walk herself into no freezer. She was never in a freezer on her own account, peoples. She was carried. And until you people can understand that, well then, shh, or help me to make it make sense. Come and give your best narrative as to what you believe happened to KENNEKA Jenkins, peoples. I love to hear it. I love to hear it from start to finish on what you believe and why you believe it, peoples. And then while you're doing that and stuff, I need you to incorporate everything of what the dispatcher said, what Irene, Monifa, Shemaya, Bree had did, what Lenora had said, and what was written in the case files. Not only Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree, but what Love and all of the other people who was there at the establishment and what they said. Incorporate all of that. And then after you do all of that, then come back and hit me with how KENNEKA got out of Irene's life. And then once you finish there, would then help me to make it make sense. How did KENNEKA get into the freezer? And then when those pictures was taken? When was those pictures taken, peoples? Because again, I wasn't the only one who did this, but there was other YouTubers who had did this the same. Help me to make this make sense. Why did the metadata on the pictures that was taken from the Rosemont Police Services website, why did the pictures show that those pictures of KENNEKA Jenkins in the freezer was taken on the 7th and not the 9th? And then finally, why did the family say that KENNEKA was missing 36 hours prior to the family making a missing persons report? So you didn't hear what I said. Okay, so since you didn't hear what I said, clean out your ears, shut your mouth, and listen. Because when you listen, you'll learn something. You got to listen to learn, and you got to learn to listen. The family, Edward Joseph didn't say that. The attorney didn't say that. The establishment didn't say that. The kids didn't say that. The family said that. It was the family statement. And the family clearly said KENNEKA Jenkins was missing 36 hours. 36 hours, meaning a day and a half. She was missing prior to the family making a missing persons report. That's what the family said. That's what's in the statement, peoples. You can't change that. And it ain't no 36 hours from the 9th to the 10th. That ain't no 36 hours, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, you know, if you're going to talk to me about this case, well, then I need you to incorporate every iota, every piece of information, peoples. Don't just come to me with your bullshit and madness. Don't come to me with your conspiracy theories and crap. I need you to incorporate everything. And then come and talk to me. Shoot your shot and tell me what you feel happened to KENNEKA, because all of this hopping and jumping and being like a goddamn bunny rabbit doesn't make no sense, peoples. You're doing hopscotch. You're jumping over shit that you shouldn't even be jumping over. Now, I'm giving you a good, wholesome, cohesive timeline and what they said and what they did. And this is Joel Calm, peoples. This is the president of IBM, president of the internet. And he chimed out and he said she had a rough weekend. And he X'd out her eyes. And then he scribbled googly eyes and then question mark, question mark, question mark. I told you people what the I said, right? Go back and rewind and read what the I said, peoples. Read what the I said. The I said that it was a sacrifice. That's what the I said, right? That's what the I told Zach TV, right? So what do you think happened, peoples? You heard what the preacher said, right? The preacher said, TM, I need you to sacrifice your daughter. Let that stick for one moment, peoples, because these people ain't talking out the side of their neck. All of this stuff was in plain view, in plain sight, and they told you. All you had to do was just shh and listen. But many of you go crackling and cackling at the mouth with a hollow head. Nothing in there. You shake somebody's brain, and it ain't nothing in there. It's like a cowbell. Ting, 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 ting. You know? I mean, my God, peoples, you know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure some things out. And these are the things that I tried to get the people to see and understand. But many of you, oh my God, you guys are a piece of work. Literally a piece of work. Because for the likes of me, I cannot fathom and understand why is it that people just can't get it? Why do you think forever and a day that all of this stuff happened on September the 9th within a couple of hours' time? It didn't happen that way, peoples. It never happened that way. But yet many of you are hell-bent upon believing that madness. Well, okay, so since you want to believe the madness, well then come and talk with me. Share with the people. Share with everybody who's watching this live, peoples. Share with the people what your narrative is, so we can get a greater understanding as to what you think happened, peoples. For what you think happened. Because I'm here to tell you, peoples, what you think happened, it didn't, it couldn't, and it never happened, peoples. I said it never happened, peoples. Well, what you think happened, and in the manner to which you think happened, peoples, it never happened. Never happened. Okay. So I want to go back here. I think he played this the other day. Go back here. That was very interesting on what he played. And let's listen to this, peoples, because this is basically what I have been saying forever and a day. So shout out to Trey Gay. Shout out to Trey Gay. Well, let's listen to this, peoples.
The kENNEKA Jenkins case. But one thing that I do want to put out there is that her death is not an accident. It was not an accident. And before I proceed to say anything within this video, I do want to say that none of what I'm saying, I'm verbalizing it to be true, because I don't want any legal action to be taken against me as far as hearsay goes. Now, a lot of people have it that kENNEKA Jenkins witnessed a death that took place based upon her brother killing someone. Now, it is true that kENNEKA did witness someone getting killed. And it was actually a young lady from Chicago. Bear with me because I'm very nervous about these things I'm about to say. The person that she witnessed get killed, I'll say Sure Home. She was a young lady who was gunned down in the city of Chicago. She was shot 12 times in the Logan Square area, the same area where kENNEKA was from. Now, based upon my research, I've been following this case since 2017, since it first ever happened. Based on my research, supposedly kENNEKA saw that young lady that was shot 12 times get killed, and she went back to Monifa and let Monifa know that she knew the killer of this young lady. Being that I'm from Chicago, I won't say who the person was, but a lot of people have it in their mind that the Roland boy is the person that killed him, but it's another T.Y. His last name is Sanders. I just put it out there actually. T.Y. Sanders is a person that a lot of people need to look into. So, a lot of people have it in their head as far as like, why did kENNEKA switch her plans around as far as not going to the movie theater? Monifa, of course, convinced her to come to the hotel. And a lot of people are aware that T.Y. Rowland was actually present at the movie theater that night. The reason why he was present at the movie theater that night is because they were going to get kENNEKA there. But it was too much of a public area for them to actually carry out the plan there. So it was switch your plans. Switch your plans was to get her to come to the hotel, which she did go to the hotel. And I don't necessarily what happened in the hotel, but had Irene not went live that night, kENNEKA's death would have been swept under the rug. So Irene automatically, she's not even a person of interest because her party was used as a scapegoat for this whole plan to be carried out.
Okay, so let me interject here because this is where I disagree with her upon. T.Y., if kENNEKA was in T.Y.'s live, T.Y. and Tanasia had kENNEKA if she was in their live. If kENNEKA Jenkins was in T.Y.'s live and T.Y. went to the movie theater to go and try to do something to kENNEKA, well, shit, they had her right into the room, so they didn't have they had her in the room, so they could have had did something. They could have had did something to her in the room. Point blank. Period. You know, point blank. Period. So the thing is, people's. See, this is why I say, when you give me your narrative, you kind of make sense of it because T.Y. wouldn't have went to the movie theater to go look for kENNEKA, and then all of a sudden kENNEKA walks up and kENNEKA is in the room with them and a lot of other gang members. If that was the case, well, then he had her right there. He could have just beat her ass right there. Just could have killed her right there. That is so stupid. See, you see how when people want to try to develop these narratives and things and stuff, they tried to, oh yeah, T.Y. was looking for kENNEKA and that's why he came to the movie theater. No, peoples, he wasn't looking for kENNEKA. Because if kENNEKA was ever in his life, he had kENNEKA. I just want you guys to just understand that. If kENNEKA Jenkins was in T.Y.'s life, T.Y. had kENNEKA?
Monifa and Shamaya were definitely the last two people to see her alive. Now, there was a lot of people at the hotel that night that a lot of us aren't even aware of. They had a second room on the floor. Pretty much, kENNEKA was gang stalk. There's this definition called gang stalk, where if you're like a snitch, if you steal some money from the wrong people, pretty much the streets of Chicago, they set out hits for you. They put money on your head.
Now, one thing I want you guys to notice, at the point in time to when Monifa had made this post, Monifa had said Rosemont police have to told not to speak what happened. I can't even help my friend even if I wanted to. Now, look at the time to when Monifa had made this post. It was what? 911, right? 911. Okay, so hold that thought for one moment. Let me go here for a moment. I'm gonna come back to this. Let me go here for a moment. It was 911 when Monifa had made that post, right? Now, look at this right here, peoples. Let me share this tab right here. Now, look at this post. And let's look at when this post was made. It was what? 911. 911, right? 911 was what? September the 11th. That's 911. That was the day when the Twin Towers had got well, not on this particular day, but 911, 9/11 was the day when the Twin Towers had got stricken, right? Monifa makes the post at what? 911, right? The call that TM made was a what? 911 call. And then remember what I have always said in my lives previously. 911, how can I help you? You can't, for I am already what? Dead. Peoples, I have always told you there is a significance in the signs. I've always told you that. I've always told you, and I'm going to play back the live, peoples, when I talked about the significance of the signs. Everything happened at a certain point in time and for a reason. It was like clockwork, peoples. They timed this for certain things to happen at a certain time. This case was demonic. And peoples, if you don't learn how to read the signs, you will never understand this case. I have always taught you, and I've always told you, and I've always shown you. No other YouTuber is doing what I have already done and continue to keep doing, to continue to keep reiterating, to continue to keep showing you. No, nobody else has done this, peoples. Edward Joseph has done this, and I'm doing it again. Understand the significance of the signs. You got to understand the significance of the signs, peoples. If you don't understand the significance of the signs, it's going to pass you by. There is a significance in the signs, peoples. 911. Joel Combs said what? She had a rough weekend. That's what he said, right? 911. And then when we go back to Shemaya's post, what time was it, peoples? It was 911. And then what did Monifa say, peoples? She said, Rosemont police have to told not to speak what happened. I can't help my friend even if I wanted to. Now, why would Rosemont police tell them not to say anything? Why did Teresa Martin put up that thing over her mouth that says no speaking? You guys remember that, right? You guys remember the picture when I showed you of TM and gang members. And everybody had that sign up over their mouths that you do not speak. And then you had Mike up in there that says anyone talks is the police. You do remember that, right? Because he said it the very next day. Anybody talks is the police. Well, ain't nobody talking, right? Ain't nobody talking. Well, do you think that this is a playbook out of the Diddy's case, peoples? Because, people are scared to talk. People are scared to talk because of retribution, peoples. Do you understand it now, peoples? Do you get it now? Do you understand it now, peoples? Why would Rosemont tell these girls not to say anything? That's what she said. So now, is Rosemont lying? Or is Munifa lying? Is Irene lying? Or is Shemaya lying? Is Bree lying? Or is TM lying? Is Lenora lying? Or is everybody lying? Well, see, people, you have to learn how to filter the truth, because there's truth and lies into all of this. But you got to understand and read the significance of the signs, and not only the signs, peoples. You got to put everything in perspective. It has to make sense. And if the shit doesn't make no sense, well, then what are you talking about? What are you saying? If you guys ever believe that KENNEKA walked to a freezer and then all of a sudden they just cut off the video footage where you don't see no more video footage back there of her supposed to be walking back there to a freezer, what is that telling you? What is it that you're saying? You stupid from the beginning for even believing that madness in the first place. You're stupid for even believing that she walked herself back to a freezer. Peoples, the whole entire establishment. And then somehow she just happens to woo-de-woo-de-woo, walk herself back there on the main level from the dock area and right into a kitchen and right into a freezer. Really, peoples? I mean, peoples, that is the most stupidest thing that I've ever heard in all of my days. If she had enough knowledge, wisdom, and understanding and comprehension to move away from countertops and walls and walk up a ramp and avoid getting hit from objects that's in her way, walking into a bathroom and walking out of a bathroom and stuff, peoples, why would she want to walk into a freezer? Help me to make that's way too convenient. Why would she want to walk herself in a freezer? And then two, peoples, they said that she was trying to find her way. Well, when did she get lost in the first place to try to find her way? If she had that much, if she had that much, if she had that much of an ability to remember that she left her keys and phone inside the room, peoples, if she was just that coherent enough to understand, hey, I left my keys and phone in the room. So She just all of a sudden just remembers, oh, well, we were going to leave, but I left my keys and phone in the room. They're going to leave. How in the hell are they going to leave? Who was going to drive? Because she wasn't in no condition to drive. I mean, truth be told, peoples, you stupid. Even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't leave. One Bree had the keys. And even Bree didn't have the keys. kENNEKA wasn't in no condition to be driving. Wasn't nobody going to get in no car with her condition in the manner to which you guys say she was. Oh, she was hooked up on some alcohol and temperament. So if she couldn't even stand and wobble, what makes you think that these people was going to get into a car with her, peoples? I mean, I want you to think logically for one moment. Oh, open up that big skull for one moment. Take a hammer and crack it like a coconut. Because all it is nuts in there. Who is going to allow an inebriated girl who was hooshed up on some drugs or alcohol, as you guys say, because I ain't never said she had temperament in her system. I ain't never said that she was drunk. You guys said that. I ain't said that. You guys thinking that was her weebling, wobbling all over the establishment. You said that. I didn't say that. So if that be the case, peoples, how in the hell was they going to leave the parking lot of the Crown Plaza? Who was going to drive? Monifa didn't know how to drive. Shemaya didn't know how to drive. Bree was nowhere to be found. So where was they going? I said, where were they going? Did they get in contact with Bree and tell Bree to bring the keys to the car? Because kENNEKA is hooshed up and whatnot? What was the whole purpose? If kENNEKA was taken out of the room, what was the whole purpose of her being taken out the room? If she was. And why the pressure of getting her out of the room? If she was. See, nobody ever thought about that, peoples. Nobody has ever thought about that, peoples. See, this is the way my mind works. And so I sit back and I've listened to many of you talk about this case, but you don't think the way that I do because you don't think things through. You just gaggle at the mouth and anything comes out. You got to make sense of it, peoples. If it doesn't make no sense, then what are you saying? What are you saying? Oh my God, peoples. This is why I had to go back and recap, because you guys are giving me a headache. You're putting way too much upon something that is nothing. You're trying to put this girl in where she's never been. She's never been, peoples. How could kENNEKA Jenkins be omnipresent? Only God can do that. Not kENNEKA. Only God can do that, peoples. Let me say that again. Only God can do that, peoples. Did you hear what I said? So, let's listen in to what this young lady had to say, peoples. Because, see, that's where I disagree with. I don't believe that TY had it in for kENNEKA in a manner to which you guys proclaim he did. No. Because if kENNEKA was in TY's live, and you guys saying TY was looking for kENNEKA, well then, peoples, he's got her. He's got her right where he wants her. And him and his buddy and gang members could have did anything to her at that particular time. But it wasn't kENNEKA Jenkins, peoples. because kENNEKA Jenkins never made it to that party. She never did. She was already missing 36 hours prior to the reenactment. And it was a reenactment, peoples, because again, Shemaya and Monifa was at the establishment at 12 something, 12:38. But yet was supposed to had walked into the establishment with kENNEKA Jenkins at 1:13. The shit doesn't make no sense, peoples. It doesn't. No matter how you slice it, no matter how you dice it, no matter how you try to think about it, no matter how you try to put a spin to it, the shit doesn't make no sense. They're not going to be there early taking pictures and then walk out the establishment and then walk in with kENNEKA Jenkins, as you guys called the trainee. Shit doesn't make no sense. And you can't even explain it. All right, people, let's go.
And kENNEKA had money on her head because of her witnessing LaQuisha. I don't know if I'm saying her name right. LaQuisha Holmes getting gunned down. And she went back to Monifa and let her know. Monifa went back to the Rowland brothers and told them. And I don't know if a lot of you all know that the Rowland brothers, their father's name is Charles Nesbitt, and he's actually a Mason. How do I know these things? I know these things because I'm from Chicago.
And I told you, peoples, I told you Carl Nesbitt was a Mason. Not only was Carl Nesbitt a Mason, but Teresa Martin was the Eastern Star. But not only that, but James Coleman was a Mason as well. And now we're going back to the significance of the signs. We're going back to the significance of the signs. And if you know anything about Masonic, well, then you can understand a lot of things in this case. Remember what I showed you, Joe Calm, right? Joe Calm says she had a rough weekend. Well, he wasn't talking about kENNEKA Jenkins, peoples, because kENNEKA Jenkins was already deceased. He was talking about kENNEKA Martin, the one who played kENNEKA Jenkins, peoples. All right, let's go.
I've been following the case since 2017. I've just never publicized anything that I found out because I've been in fear of, just being stalked myself. But it's kind of like it's weighing heavy on my heart. And after seeing that MTV episode, I just felt the need to come out about it. Back to what I was going to say, Charles Nesbitt, you can look this up. You all can do the research. The name is correct. Their father's name, the Rowland brothers' name, father's name is Charles Nesbitt. He's the one who actually ordered the hit out on kENNEKA.
I want you guys to notice something. Look what Abriana Mays had said on October the 7th. She said, on my dead cousin, I know I ain't tweaking, bro. Did they put my effing friend in a bag? Jeez. And then she's got the screaming eyes and a broken heart. Bitch, you knew what happened to kENNEKA, Abriana Mays. That's why your ass was so goddamn quiet. Y'all see the post right there, right? Abriana Mays. On my dead cousin, I know I ain't tweaking, bro. Did they put my fucking friend in a bag? Jeez. Bitch, you knew what fucking happened, Adriano Mays. And then look at what Shemaiah say. Shemaya's with kENNEKA Martin. The image of them killing you stuck in my head forever. Thugging on my brother and scared. My love for you, I let him know. Miss you, shorty. Shit's so fuck. Listen to what Shemaiah had said, peoples. The image of them killing you stuck in my head. The image of them killing you stuck in my head. So, peoples, you want to sit here and tell me that these goddamn girls is innocent? Okay. I said, do you want to sit here and tell me that these motherfucking girls is innocent? And look at the shit that they're saying. People, you know, I can't stand stupid ass people who don't fucking understand, listen, and read. I've been telling you for year after year after year, and you still don't listen.
If anybody knows anything about Charles, he's actually a high-ranking Mason. Now, if you know anything about Masons, they need to be fucked with. They're not to be fucked with. They know people everywhere. If you guys know anything about Teresa, Teresa is an Eastern Star, and that is the reason why a lot of the confusion came about where she switched her stories up a lot due to the fact that she's Eastern Star. She has to move a little bit differently. Her boyfriend, his name is James Coleman. Her boyfriend at the time, he was also a Mason, and he happened to be very close friends with Charles Nesbitt. So what does that sound like to you all? A setup at its best. If anybody knows the Coleman guy, he left Teresa after kENNEKA's passing. But pretty much what I'm trying to get to is this. Unfortunately, kENNEKA witnessed a death. She trusted her friend, Monica. She went back to Monica, let her know about this death that she witnessed, and hence was ordered to be out of her head. Now, as far as the hotel's involvement, the hotel was definitely involved. If anybody knows of the name Frank Markel, any of the names that I'm dropping on you all can look these names up, YouTube it, the information is out there for you all. Frank Markel is the guy who was in the kitchen when the mother came down to view the body. He's the coroner. He was not a coroner. If anybody knows anything about Frank Markel is actually a worker for a organ harvesting facility that has some associations with the Rosemont place. So pretty much, how did Frank Markel get in the picture? Okay, so going back to the Roland's father, what is his name? Charles Nesbitt. Charles Nesbitt worked on a lot of construction projects for the Rosemont area, and I believe he actually helped with some construction projects with the Crown Plaza Hotel. So he's automatically tied in with the people there. The footage that was released.
Okay, people. So let me share my screen. Let me share my screen, peoples. Okay, so she threw out some names, Frank Markel and all of these people. You know, she threw out some names and things. But I'm gonna have to correct her. Going to have to correct her people's in things because she threw out some names. Roland Weiss, peoples. Roland Weiss. Hello, Miss Walithia Durham. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Miss Durham has says hello, Edward, in chat. People, you guys do remember that the coroner was at the establishment well before the supposed KENNEKA had came up missing. You guys do remember that, right? Because you've seen him on surveillance video footage along with his little cohort. Well before the supposed KENNEKA had been missing. So my question is simple. It's just simply this. Why was the coroner there at the establishment? Why was the coroner there at the establishment well before the point in time to when the supposed KENNEKA Jenkins came up missing? Hours beforehand, peoples. Why was he there? Can anybody explain that? And it wasn't Frank Markel, it was Roland Weiss. Roland Weiss, peoples, who was the owner of the funeral home. It's the owner of the funeral home. So we'll get into that, peoples. We'll get into that. Right now, I want to go ahead and finish playing my live. This is a long live, and I'm trying to get as much in as I possibly can. I may have to go ahead and do a part 2 to this, but it is a part 2 to this, but I just had to stop and bring some clarity out of confusion. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Now, you do see and you do see the signs, right? So you do see Joel Comm on 9/11, 911, saying she had a rough weekend, and then he crossed out the eyes and made googly eyes. You remember that, right? And then you remember the eye was talking to Zach and saying that everybody needs to be obedient to the eye, and that the eye is the one that makes the sacrifice. And we do know and we do remember what the preacher had said. TM, I need you to sacrifice your daughter. Now, let me go a little further, people. The significance of the signs. When Jesus was bearing the cross on Golgotha Hill, it is called the Hill of the Skulls. In other words, it was called Calvary. So when Jesus was walking to Calvary, he had to bear the cross, to drag the cross, his own cross, to Golgotha's hill, which is called the Hill of the Skulls, which is other words interpreted as Calvary. Peoples, you do remember that they had adorned Jesus with a purple robe. And not only They adorned Jesus with a purple robe, but they have put a thorny crown upon his head. You guys remember that, right? And so, peoples, what was this supposed young lady who they proclaimed to be kENNEKA Jenkins was adorned in? A purple dress. Purple, the color purple means sacrifice. It means sacrifice, peoples. It means the royal priesthood. But it means sacrifice. And peoples, all throughout this kENNEKA Jenkins story, it was always purple, the color purple. Purple is the sign of sacrifice, peoples. And you heard the preacher say, Teresa Martin, I need you to sacrifice your daughter. Do you understand it now, people? Do you understand the significance of the signs? Do you get it now, peoples? And see, I can go further, but see, I don't want to take up too much time, peoples, up on this, because I'll play back the live about the significance of the signs so you guys can understand all of the different signs that played into this kENNEKA Jenkins case. Some spiritual, but most of it demonic. So it's basically a battle between good and evil, peoples, because what they're trying to do was mock Jesus in their narrative. And I want you to see one other thing, people. Look at the picture that is on the screen right there. What color is the googly eyes in? It is the color purple. The significance of the signs, people. Do you see it right there, right? The eyes is adorned in purple. It is the color purple, peoples. You see that, right? Oh my God, peoples, if you ever would listen to Edward Joseph, peoples, you will learn a lot, but you guys don't want to listen because you keep cackling and hackling at the mouth. And I'm trying to instruct you. I'm trying to teach you something, but you don't want to listen. But that's okay. That's okay. You'll soon listen, peoples. All of this has to do with signs and symbols, peoples. And once you understand the significance of the signs, then you'll understand this case wholeheartedly. There is a significance in the signs. And I'm trying to tell you, if you just keep your eyes open and watch. Keep your ears open and listen and zip up your mouth. Is that all right, peoples? Now, let's listen in to what Joel Calm had done, peoples. Let's go. Let me go back to the picture. Let me go back to the picture. I need to download that. Let me go back to that picture. Where's that picture at? Where's that? Facebook? There it is, right there. Let me download that. Or at least save it one. Okay, so let me save the image as, I'm just going to say Zach and the eye.
Okay, Zach in the eye. I'm going to save that in kENNEKA Jenkins folder. Okay. I got that. So now let me go and let me refresh this. Let me go back here and let me go to kENNEKA. And then let me go Zach in the eye. Call that up. Zach in the eye. There it is right there. Okay. Okay, so peoples, you guys know that I am live. So if you're going to send commentary, make sure that your commentary is dedicated to what I am talking about now and not just sending me messages just to be sending me messages, because it is a distraction when you guys consistently keep texting me and things and I'm trying to do the live. So if you're going to send me a message, make sure that your message is in line with what I'm talking about. If it's a picture or something, make sure that the picture is in line with what I am talking about. If not, refrain from texting me because it takes me off of what I'm doing. You guys know when I'm giving a narrative, I don't like to be disturbed. But if you got some information that you guys want to share, I am more than willing to take a look at that. But make sure that what you are sharing is what I am talking about. Other than that, refrain from texting me because I'm trying to give my narrative. And all of the consistent text messages and stuff is taking me off of what I'm doing. All right. So here is right here, peoples, to put everything in context, as you can see. Okay. It says, for the eye, we must do everything to worship, even if it means sacrifice. So, for the eye, we must do everything to worship. Worship, people. It is opposite of what the spiritual people do. This is Satan. This is Satanism. I told you it was a murder mystery game. It was a ritual night, a satanic ritual, a murder mystery game. It was a ritual, peoples. And as you see what they said that for the eye, we must do everything to worship. Worship in Satanism is ritual, even if it means sacrifice. So their way of worshiping rituals is making a sacrifice. Now, let me fill you in upon some things, people, if you didn't know. They have people all around this world who are Satanists, who pays good, wholesome money to see people killed. Let me say that again. They have rich people who comes from all over the world to see people's killed. Look at the 215 bodies behind the prison. This stuff goes on all of the time, peoples. All of the time. It's probably even going on now. Somewhere in the United States, somebody is being cut up, slaughtered, murdered. Some unknown child, male, female, boy, girl, somebody somewhere has been taken and slaughtered. And this is not uncommon, people. This actually happens in real life. And this is one of those things to where it had literally happened. It happened, peoples, and it happened literally in your face. Literally. This is one of the reasons why they don't want people to shed light upon this and stuff, because again, they put this stuff literally in your face and they don't want you to talk about it. But even if you talk about it, they try to make it so confusing to whereas you will be up at odds with each other instead of staying focused. They put people in place to go ahead and put a spin upon things, talk about things, say things and stuff. And then whatever narrative that you guys tend to politic on, they capitalize upon that. And then they feast upon it. They feast upon your fears. They feast upon all of this madness that these people are saying, all the while they consistently taking these people out. And that's is exactly what happened in this case, peoples. And this is why I'm laboring and tarrying with you for so long, because you need to put this in perspective. Now, for what I am going to show you, the young lady has already talked about him. And look what he did. And look what I had talked about, because if you understand the mysteries of the Mona Lisa, peoples, this has everything to do with transsexuals. It ain't got nothing to do with the gays. It ain't got nothing to do with the lesbians. It has everything to do with transsexuals. You guys remember the other day when I went live and I had shown you Lenore's youngest baby girl. She was the cutest little thing. And then the second picture, she was still a cute young girl, but then she was growing up a little more, and now she done transformed. And I'm like, wait a minute, what happened? You looking more like a boy than a girl. And that's how they get away with things, peoples, because they transform them from a certain sex to a different sex, and then they take them out of here. Okay, so you're not listening to what I'm saying. Peoples, this shit ain't got nothing to do with the gays and lesbians. This ain't got nothing to do with the LBGT community. This has everything to do with transgender. And as you've seen all in the kENNEKA Jenkins case, that's all you seen was transgenders, people. Men who look like women and women who look like men. Transgenders. That is how in the hell they get rid of these peoples. Hello, Cheryl Jimenez. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Peoples, that's how they get rid of these people. And if you ever watch my live, I had already told you that the Crown Plaza have it in their bylaws. They have it on their website. They have it in the rules, regulations, and guidelines in their policies. We are gender neutral friendly. We adopt and we embrace the LBGT community, but mainly trans people. They embrace the trans peoples. And my namesake said, and for the record, trans do not like women. They are jealous of them. Did you hear what my namesake said? People, you guys better start listening, because I'm giving you some juicies of the juicies, whether you understood it or not. And everything that I'm saying, I'm backing it up with receipts of what is literally been shown, but nobody has pieced this thing together. If you notice it or not, people, that's all you've seen in this kENNEKA Jenkins case was transgenders. People who is transforming from one sex to another sex. It ain't got nothing to do with, you don't see no gays, and you hardly even see the lesbians. Or if they are lesbians, they're not acting like a lesbian. They're acting like a trans. They're getting sex changes and stuff. What do you think Teresa Martin undergone, peoples? The people said that she was a man at one point and transformed into a woman. I believe it. I believe it, peoples. But I think in her case, she transformed all the way. She got a VCAT. I don't think that she's got a ding dong. I think she's got a VCAT. Well, I mean, shit, it ain't uncommon, because look at Bruce Jenner. Now he's Caitlyn, or it is Caitlyn now. It ain't uncommon, people. People do it all the time. And if you really look at everything, look at all of the people who is playing these women. These are men who has changed and transformed. And that's a crying shame, people. That is a crying shame. kENNEKA had said the two people that passed that I know of was kENNEKA Jenkins, kENNEKA Martin, Antonia Fowler that night. And we're going to get into that too about Antonia. But notice what kENNEKA had said. She didn't say Antonia Evans. Notice what she said. She said Antonia Fowler, not Antonia Evans. You see what I'm saying, people? See? When you get into this and you start really doing your research, peoples, you will discover a whole lot. And not just all of this little makeshift madness that these people are saying. You'll discover a whole lot. And it is just, it's crazy, people. BJ had said it was Gina McGill allegedly on the phone with Zach TV. I'm just saying it was made a video confirming her voice. Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, peoples. Hey, peoples. Let me show you, peoples. They listen to me. Let me show you that Teresa Martin is listening to me, peoples. What did I just show? What did I just show? All right, let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. I'm getting to them, peoples. Man, I am getting to them big time. Let me share my screen, peoples. You guys, hold on. Let me share my screen. I am getting to them. Okay, well, I'm gonna share that too. I'm gonna share this too, but I don't believe this. I'm gonna share it, but I don't believe this. Okay, but let me share this. So y'all give me a second. I'm getting on Teresa's ass big time, boys. That woman. Ooh, look. Let me share this, people. Let me show you what she just. What? Let me show you what she posted earlier. Oh, peoples, let me show you this. What was I just showing? Now, let me show you this. Here. This is the bingo. Damn, you guys are on it tonight. Thank you for keeping me abreast. You guys are on this shit. Look at this, peoples. Look at what Teresa Martin had posted, peoples. And it says, Teresa Martin is with KENNEKA Martin and Lenore Harris. Y'all see that, right? Each day you live, you grow wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. God shall have no other gods before God. People, what was I talking about the other day? I said wisdom is the key principle. No. Here, let me do this before I show this. Let me do this. Let me go back to the scripture, and then I'm gonna show this. Let me do this, people. Let me go to the scripture right here. Let me go to scripture. Okay, this is scripture, people. This is what I had said the other day on my live, and she was watching. It comes from James 1:5 through the 6th chapter, King James Version. It says, if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach, and it will be given to him. But let him ask in faith with no doubting, for he who doubts is like a wave of the sea driven and tossed by the wind. Y'all see that, right? Y'all see that, right? If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach. That is what Edward Joseph had said. Y'all see that, right? That is scripture. May the Lord have a blessing to the reading, hearers, and doers of his holy and divine word. Now let's take a look and see what TM had to say, peoples. Let's see what TM had to say. TM comes and say, each day you live, you grow wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. God shall have no other gods before him. Well, I'm not a god. I'm just his servant. I'm peoples. I am not a God. I'm just God's servant. And then look what she did. She got BJ. Shit's TV. And she got Joel Calm. And that just happens 8 minutes ago. And they're watching my live right now. They're watching my live right now, peoples. Ain't that something? Ain't that something, peoples? TM is watching my live as I speak right now. And I just posted that, peoples. I just posted that right now. And TM is watching my lives as I speak. Ain't that something? Y'all see that, right? I mean, here, let me show that again, peoples. Let me show that again. There it is right there. I just posted that. BJ had just, that's BJ with the Shits TV. I just posted Joel Calm. And I was talking about wisdom. And look. You can see that, right? Yeah, see that, right? Welcome in, TM. We on your ass, baby. People's up. I'm gonna share this other video right here that was sent to me. Let me share this video. Let me share it to my Facebook page. Okay, let me share this to my Facebook. I'm gonna share two things to my Facebook page. All right. So I'm not one to everybody's free to give their narratives and things like that, right? So I'm gonna let everybody speak, give their narratives and things. But I'm gonna share these two. I know, BJ. I know, huh? All right, people. So let me do this. Let me share my Facebook page. Let me go here. And I'm going to refresh this. Refresh my page. Okay, so let's take a look at this right here. All right, it says, greetings. I'm a member of the great Illuminati. Do you want to join the Illuminati and become rich, famous, powerful, and protected in life? Money is not an issue with us. Join us today and kick out your financial problems. Your financial welfare is our aim. With us, you financially free and stable. Kindly reply yes if you're interested to know more about the organizations. Note, distance is not a barrier to join the Illuminati. No human blood sacrifices.
You know, Honor Lamar, you got a point there. It could very well may be. You know, with all of this shit that has been going on and stuff, nobody's got arrested. Still, it's just some crazy shit that is just like BJ said, makes you go, hmm. I mean, did he have police officers working for him? You see, Monifa had said that the police had told them not to say anything. So what is that telling you? And then everybody that's in this case is connected with each other and connected with Bill Murray and Son and Joel Comm. You know, and the thing is that everything was just like Diddy, captured up on closed circuit TV. You know, all of this stuff played out on closed circuit TV. Everything. And then the thing is that the thing is that you can't make heads or tails with even the case files. You know, everything was purposely screwed for a reason. But yet, innocent people died. You show me one video or picture that you ever seen of any of those girls who played KENNEKA walk out that establishment. You ain't seen not one. So help me to make that make sense. And then if the establishment wasn't involved, if the police wasn't involved or anything, well then help me to make this make sense. I mean, like you said, why didn't nobody get arrested? Because in the beginning they said that this was a crime scene. That's what came out of TM's mouth. Go back and look at the video footage when she was talking on the radio station. They treated them as if they were the perpetrators. But was all of this a play? Was all of this was staged. I've always said it was a ritual night, a satanic ritual, a murder mystery game. And I'm going to play back people. I'm going to play back that live this week. The ritual night. Because all of that ties in together. It all does. I mean, it ain't no question about it, peoples. Man, this case is as satanic can get. Now, just the other day, I had shown, and I don't know if I put it on here or not, but someone had threw a bag of kidneys at a hospital door, and it was over 200 kidneys. 200 kidneys in a big plastic bag, and they took those kidneys and they was processing it in things. Kidneys. So that means over 200 people had died and had their kidneys extracted. It's a big gigantic bag. And they took those kidneys to try to save some people's lives. And they were real good kidneys, fresh kidneys. Arnold Lamar had said, I've never seen Bill Murray talk about the lawsuit TM got that money from the feds. It was put together by feds. That's why we never seen them nowhere. Oh, Bill Murray was there. You seen him there. You seen Bill Murray there at the establishment, and then guess who you seen with Bill Murray? You seen Teresa Martin's attorney, Jeffrey Feiger. He was there at the time, the commission of the Caddyshack. Sure enough. Sure enough. All of this shit runs deep. Very, very deep. And it's incredible. Well, let's get back into this, peoples. All right, so let me share this one.
That's why they don't prove it. I made it public. I'll be the best friend. If you promise you'll be mine, girl, promise you'll be mine. Yeah, girl, let's not pretend. Come on. Either we kids or we ain't chimney. We say it's just a friend. I wish I was first. We get to talking, then we get to touching. We get past the phone games, we'll be just like a French to put my tongue in your ear. Do it like the dogs do, girl, and pull on your hair. I mean, a different scenery just means a different position. In the tub, I wanna sing, I improvise, now listen. On the top, I wanna jet, on the Mile High Club. I'm no fool, I know money came by me, love. So that I could call you whenever I need someone. That's why they don't prove it. I made it public. I'll be the best friend. If you promise you'll be mine, girl, promise you'll be mine. Yeah, girl, let's not pretend. Come on.
Now, peoples, I want you guys to remember something, and I want you guys to listen into KENNEKA's voice. And when she said, "I'm not drunk, I am enjoying myself." Not only that, you remember she said that, "Why you do me this way? Why y'all do me this way?" That was KENNEKA Jenkins' voice, peoples. And she was talking to someone personal. Why you do me this way while y'all do me this way? And then you heard the guy was talking about getting that broom. And you know what they did to her? But see, peoples, it was only 2 times that you ever heard KENNEKA Jenkins in this whole entire case. It's "I'm not drunk, I am enjoying myself, and why you do me this way, why y'all do me this way." Only 2 times you ever heard KENNEKA Jenkins' voice. Two times, that's it. The whole entire case. And not only that, people, while I'm playing back these videos of KENNEKA, I want you to get a good look of KENNEKA. I want you to get a good feel for her mannerisms, for how she act. Listen to how she talk. Look at the things that she's doing. I want you guys to get a good look at that. Study that, study that, study that, study that. Play back this live and play that back over and over and over again. I want you to study that because we're going to talk about it, peoples. Let's get back into this. Let's get back into this live, peoples. I greatly appreciate you, Ms. Durham. Thank you so much. All right, people, so let's get back. KENNEKA Jenkins, you're not KENNEKA Martin. Let's go.
You say it's just a friend. We get to talk, then we get to touching. We get past the phone games, movie. It's like a French to put my tongue in your ear. Do it like the dog school girl and pull on your hair. I'm in a different scenery, just means a different position. In the tub, I wanna sing, I improvise, now listen. On the top, I wanna take.
Now, one thing I want you to notice, peoples, is KENNEKA Jenkins, the way she danced. She doesn't dance like any ordinary girl. You know, she rocks. She rocks and she flails her hands. And everybody mimics her. Everybody in the car, they mimics her. They try to, you know, kind of rock and dance just like her because KENNEKA is a leader. You notice that, right? I want you guys to notice that. See, the reason why I play back my lives, peoples, and the reason why I keep stopping it, because I want to point out some things for you, because I need you to get some things. I need you to get it. I need you to look within my lenses from the things that I'm seeing, because I'm not trying to persuade you into believing anything that I'm saying, because you have your own mind. You have your own mind and you have your own mantra. But all I want to do is try to point out some things for you so you can see yourself. So you can gotta get an understanding where I'm coming from when I am telling you certain things. Because it only makes sense, peoples. It just only makes sense. If you sit back and you look at the things that I'm pointing out, it only makes sense. I give me a little bit of time, Arnold Lamar. I will look up that court case file for the lawsuit. Give me a little bit of time to go ahead and research that and stuff, and I'll bring it to the attention of the people. But yeah, you're exactly right, Ms. Durham. Kenneka had swagger. Kenneka had swagger. Kenneka was a leader, peoples, and everybody followed her lead. See, this is why I can't get this narrative, Ms. Durham. I can't get this narrative that Kenneka followed these girls. Kenneka would never follow nobody. She's just not that type of girl. Kenneka was always a leader. So for Kenneka to be bringing up the rear behind all of these girls, no, that's not the Kenneka Jenkins that I come accustomed to understanding by looking at all of her photos and videos and pictures and things. Kenneka wasn't a follower, she was a leader. And see, these are the little details that the people need to understand. She was never a follower, she was a leader. Understand that, people. Kenneka Jenkins was a leader. She never followed behind anybody. Never had to. That wasn't her character. So when you try to persuade me as Kenneka being a follower, come again. Come again. That's not the girl who I've come to accustomed to understanding. That's not the Kenneka Jenkins that I come to understand, peoples. She was never no follower. So let's look at this, peoples. Let's go.
That's why they know rules. I made it public. Tell me the best friend. If you promise you'll be mine, you'll promise you'll be mine. Come on. He say it's just a friend. We get to talking, then we get to touching. We get past the phone games, movie. It's like a French to put my tongue in your ear. Do a lot of dogs, do a girl and pull on your hair. I knew a different scenery just means a different position. And the talk on the sing, I improvise. Now listen, I'm the chopper on the jet, on the Mile High Club. I'm no fool, I know money came by me, love. So that I could call you whenever I need it.
Okay, so people, as you can see in this video, there's Kenneka in a much older state. And then who is that driving? Is that Irene driving? Because certainly they're not in TM's car. Who's all of these people in his car?
Cool. I'm trying to get a real good shot of KENNEKA. Okay, I think that's about the best one. Let me download this video. I'm gonna copy it. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm gonna copy this video. Let me call this up here. Okay, downloader, put that in there. Copy this video. So just in case it be taken down, then I have a copy. Now I'm gonna put it in my editing software, and then I'm gonna get a couple of snippets of KENNEKA as she looked while she was older, and not this little younger version of KENNEKA. Okay, we're gonna keep an import 4 and stuff, and is copying. It'll be just a minute. And so they're saying that KENNEKA had died March the 17th, 2017, and not September 2017. So, I mean, you know, okay, let me make sure I got a copy of that. Okay, and there it is right there, and call it up, and yep, cool. So I got my own copy of that. So if they take it down, then at least I got a copy of that. All right, let's call that back up. Where's that picture that I just had? So that's no, put that back over here. Okay. So that's very interesting, people. That is very interesting. BJ had said, since she's been watching TM Question, how did you get that burn on your right hand? BJ, you care to elaborate on that part? How she got that burn on her right hand? All right, people. Now, as you can see, let's go back here. Let's go back here. And let's look at this. It says, for the eye, we must do everything to worship, even if it means sacrifice. The eye controls and the eye rules. Those who disobey, the eye should get their eyes taken. Okay, you see what it says, right, peoples, right? Those who disobey the eyes should get their eyes taken. So what do we have here? We have Joel Comm. Joel Comm said that she had a rough weekend. The eyes is crossed out, and then it has googly eyes. Where's the eyes at? Question mark, question mark, question mark. What is he basically saying? What he's basically saying is that the person did not obey. Did not obey. Now listen to what they said. They said, for a greater purpose, we took that girl, and you're next. If the interview shall come out, we do not forgive, and we do not forgive for the eye. And what does that do? That turned around and put out that interview. And they already warned him. A young man warned him. A young lady warned him. And what Zach do anyway? Zach went on and he put out the interview, and then guess what? The eye got him. Now, for all of you people who believe that Zach was killed by because somebody got the wrong person and stuff, no, they literally warned him and they told him, and here's the proof right there. Now, when you put all of these pieces in context, peoples, you can clearly see a big picture evolving. This is why I said, give me a threat, and I'm not Zach TV. I'm Edward Joseph. Give me a threat, and then watch me put more than just a interview out there. I'm going to shake down and take down this whole entity. Give me one threat, and then watch how I work. And that's what I've been saying. Zach got threatened. All of these other people got threatened. These other YouTubers who's been talking about this case got threatened. Edward Joseph never got a threat. And I'm still here. And I'm still talking. And I'm putting all of this in context so you can understand a greater understanding about this case. You see how I did it, peoples, right? Now, let me even put more of a context to what I have just shown you, because I had to show you that, peoples. I had to show you what was stated to Zach in the first place. And then I had to show you what Joe Comm had did to the Mona Lisa. And the Mona Lisa is a depiction of a trainee. It is an allusion to a conclusion. It is a man formed into a woman. That is what the Mona Lisa is. And if you look at the Mona Lisa, peoples, you'll be amazed at how that picture was painted. Because the Mona Lisa is not a woman. The Mona Lisa is a man merged into a woman. People. Now, doesn't that put that picture in context, peoples? If you disobey, well, then your eyes need to be taken. So what does he do? He has the Mona Lisa eyes taken out. And then he has googly eyes with a question mark. But then they went further to say, we took that girl. They're telling you what they did. We took that girl. And you're going to be next if that interview drops. And it wasn't like Zach did not get a warning, because the Bible teaches us and tells us warning comes before destruction. But Zach got his warning, and Zach dropped the interview. And then look what happened to Zach. Zach got shot in the head. He got shot in the head, where a lot of you thought that it wasn't nothing that was supposed to have been for Zach. It was supposed to have been for his friend. No, Zach got killed and he got shot in the head. So people, let me go now and prove my case even further with Azariah and what Azariah had to say. Peoples. Let's listen to Azariah. Peoples.
Zach Stoner died May 30th, 2018. He was driving in the South Loop neighborhood when he was shot in the head and neck. His Jeep jumped the curb and hit a pole. He later died at Northwest Memorial Hospital. Zach Stoner was a well-known YouTuber, also known for his popular channel Zach TV1. Actually sat down to interview some of the people that attended the party in which kENNEKA went missing from. Zach Stoner did an interview with Irene Roberts and some of their friends whom had attended Irene's birthday party at the Crowne Plaza in Chicago the night kENNEKA Jenkins died. In the interview, they discuss what happened that night. An anonymous woman calls Zach Stoner, warning him to stay away from the kENNEKA Jenkins case. This is the call Zach Stoner received.
Okay, ma'am. This why I'm getting scared, ma'am. You tell you.
Zach,
Listen.
I would tell you to step back.
No, whoa. You said leave the case alone?
Listen, it's deeper than what we think.
Yes or no? Leave the case alone.
Leave it alone.
I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna take your
Leave
advice.
it alone for your safety.
Wow.
Leave it alone.
Okay. You I ain't gonna lie, you fucking scaring me. I ain't scared of shit, but you scaring me.
But I'm saying, Zach, it's deeper than what we think it is. And they want us to step back. That's why the police, the FBI, none of them has stepped in. Because they're connected. And when you have money, you can do anything you want to do.
So what you gotta, hey, listen, for somebody that's saying, oh, this is some bullshit, this isn't real, what do you got to say to people that don't believe this is true?
Oh. I would just say open your eyes and stay prayerful. I'm serious. Open your eyes and stay prayerful. Watch over your children, your family members. Watch over them.
Okay, so you saying do not, so I should never talk about the case again? Don't even
go into it because they're watching you. You have an account. You have an account that they're watching you.
Okay. And once
like I said, if you look into Joel Comer, you'll stop.
Okay. So okay, I'm gonna fall back from the case, ma'am. You know, I haven't been posting anything on Facebook because for some reason I'm blocked from Facebook. So
I'm blocking everybody.
Okay, people. So what did she just say? She just said, if you look into Joel Comm, you would stop. That's what she said, right? Let me rewind that back a little bit. She just said, if you look into Joel Comm, you would stop. Peoples, what did I just post? Joel Comm. Well, is Edward Joseph going to stop? Hell to the no. Hell to the no. Peoples, I can't stop. I'm sorry. I can't stop. Listen to what she said. Let me rewind that back a little bit. Let's go.
Your family members, watch over them.
Okay, so you saying do not, so I should never talk about the case again? Don't even
go into it because they're watching you. You have an account. You have an account that they're watching you.
Okay. And once
like I said, if you look into Joel Comer, you'll stop.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna fall back from the case, ma'am. You know, I haven't been posting anything on Facebook because for some reason I'm blocked from Facebook. So I'm blocking everybody. They blocked me. Oh, hold up, you're blocked. They've been blocking me for comments. Wow. That's why I said. And every time I put something in, I'm getting a threat. What? I need to shut up. I'm getting a threat. Well, those that are coming and telling and getting the information out there, I would say, those that are getting the information out there and getting it right, they're blocking you. So is that why I was blocked off Facebook? Yeah. Wow.
So is that why my channel was taken? So is that why I got the call the other day? So that's why they keep striking my channel, keep striking my videos. Is that why they kept messing with my audio? Is that why they sent all of these people to my chat room to be a disturbance, be a distraction to me? Is that why they do all of that stuff, peoples? They're watching me. They're watching me. Just like they were watching Zach TV. People, did I piece this thing together? You guys thought that Zach got killed because it was not meant for him. Zach had told you himself that one night he was driving and the police had just pulled him over and said, "Welcome to the neighborhood." And he was like, "Welcome to the neighborhood? What are you talking about? I've been here all my life. What do you mean, welcome to the neighborhood?" She told him he has an account that they're watching. They told him they've already killed the young lady and they're going to kill him if he drops that interview. And people, guess what he did? He dropped that interview. Now, people, look, I got 60 people in here and I've only got 36 likes. I need to get those likes up to 42. I'm 36 now. I need to get these likes up to 42 before I go ahead and proceed with this live. It ain't no sense of all of you coming in here and getting all of this good juicies and stuff, and you guys are not blessing me. All right, people, so I'm at 36. I need to get it to 42. Let's kick those likes up to 42. Let's get it. We're at 37. I need to get it to 42. I need 5 more people to hit that like button. We got 60 people or more in this watching this tonight. And I need to get these likes up. All right, peoples, come on. Get the likes up. It doesn't take 20 years for you guys to go ahead and press that like button. Or you guys just want me to shut down the live and I can come back another day. I come back another day. I mean, you know, hey, doesn't suit me, no. Because this is a love relationship tonight, peoples. You guys want Edward Joseph to get in here? I've already connected the dots to the dots to the dots. I connected the connects to the connects, made sense out of all of this stuff, and I'm not going to be treated like a second-class citizen. We at 38. People's hit the like button. I need to get to 42. Need to get to 42. Now, all of these people, now I understand you may like me, you may not like me, but that's fine. Even if you like me and don't like me, hit that like button. Get me up to 42 peoples. I'm at 38. I need 4 more people. So should I just go ahead and shut down the live, peoples? Because once I start that music, that's it. I'm not turning back. I got plenty of time. It's early right now. I got plenty of time. I can just go ahead and sit down, finish my spicy chicken, and call it today. I'm at 38 peoples. I need 4 more people to hit that like button. So I can't get no more people to hit the like button. I'm at 38. All right. Well, I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for coming in on tonight and viewing this live. Unfortunately, I cannot go no further than when I am and things because I can't get no love on tonight. Can't go no further, peoples. I'm at 38 and I can't get 4 more people. I'm at 40 right now. I need 2 more people to hit that like button, and we're going to keep this live on. I need 2 more people. I need 42 likes, peoples. I need 2 more people. I need 2 more people to hit that like button, and we're gonna continue with this thing. Peoples, I have taken off a day or two to do my research, to gather up some information and things to bring to you to put these connects to the connects. So I need the people to bless me. 2 more peoples. I need 2 more people. Let's go. We are wasting valuable time. Valuable time. Is it just that hard for 2 people to hit that like button and to bring me up? You guys gave me 60 likes the other day. I need 2 more people to hit that like button. So I can't get 2 people to hit that like button. And I've already wasted at least what 3 or 4 minutes now asking the people to hit that like button. We're at 43. Thank you. Thank you so much, people. Thank you. We are at 43. Thank you so much. Peoples, let me go ahead and share my screen. Let me show you guys. We are at 43. I greatly appreciate you. Thank you for your love, peoples. You know, I mean, man, all I'm just asking is just to keep me in the algorithm. That's it. I've been working hard. I didn't go live the other night because I've been doing my research and stuff. So I had to take a day off to do some research and things. And I've been getting here and connecting these dots and stuff. Look at that. I got 674 subscribers and I got 43 likes, people. So there it is right there. One more than what I asked for right there. Bingo. And then I'm at 674 subscribers. Thank you so much. I love you dearly, peoples. Thank you. Let's get into this. Now, let me go ahead and recap just for a quick second. The young lady had told Zach that Joel Comm, if you know Joel Comm, you would stop talking about this case. And Zach didn't say anything, but you already heard what I had read. And they had literally told Zach, if you talk about this case and drop that interview, you're going to be next on the chopping block. We've already killed her. We're going to kill you. And they don't forgive. And they don't forgive for the eye. So once they got their target up on you, you're good as gone. But it seems like Zach did not have enough faith in God because he got taken out of here, people. So now listen attentively to what the young lady has to say, people, because again, it's a lot of information that you guys tend to miss, but you need to know. So now, peoples, let's go.
Wow. So, tell me this, and you say you will not go to the cops, correct?
I'm not going.
So, okay, because are you from Chicago?
No, I'm not.
You don't want to give out your your city and state, do you?
No.
Okay, okay.
If they want to trace you, they're going to trace you, regardless. They're going to trace you.
Wow. Okay.
I don't have any accounts. I don't have Facebook. I don't have any of those Twitter, none of that stuff. None of that.
Okay. Okay. Wow. So you basically saying this is deeper than what we know, and we should all fall back.
Step back.
Step back. Don't talk about it no more.
Don't do it.
Okay. I don't know. At first, I thought this was some bullshit. Like, who the fuck is calling my phone? This is my business phone too, and I'm like, who calling? And then you saying a lot of shit that kind of, like, you know what I'm saying, is kind of shaking me up. Like, step back. Somebody else, a lot of people told me fall back from this case, finish fucking with rappers and shit. You know, but now you saying people watching me, they watching everybody. Everybody is.
See, you got Snapchat and you have your Twitter account.
Right.
The person, Joel Coleman, COMM, he's the owner.
He's the owner of this social media site.
Yes. Yes.
So is that the guy? Is that the guy that's in it? That's, hold up. In the video, it's the coroner and it's the young guy, and he put something in his jacket. Who is that guy?
The coroner is related to the hotel manager.
What? This shit getting.
With an award, he's getting an award from one of the companies that harvest bodies in Chicago.
Wow. Hey, can I ask you what's your name again, ma'am?
Tanya.
I'm gonna say this. I received literally probably like 7 to 8 other anonymous phone calls with people threatening me and saying, leave this fucking case alone, you nigger. This has nothing to do with you. You're putting your nose in other people's business. And now and everybody's been calling private except one number. It was a number that I couldn't call back. You know, it was like a 15 digit number telling me shut the fuck up, never to release the footage that I have, never to talk about it. So I don't even post about it. But now you know what I'm saying, you're shaking me up. I think that everybody just giving me warnings to just drop it, you know?
Yes.
Wow.
For your safety, I would say yes, step back, baby.
Okay.
Step back.
Okay.
Because if the mama really wants to find out what's up with her baby, I would be out there fighting to find out what's happened to my child.
Tell me this. I got one more.
You look at her, and you look at how she's smiling. Hey, live, it gets on my last nerve. Hey, live, I can't stand it. It's all about her. She's not thinking about that baby.
How? I got one more question. How are you getting threats if your account is disabled?
Phone numbers, you can trace phone numbers.
So you were getting threats through your phone?
Yes.
Wow.
Once they get a phone number, they can tap you into whatever you're doing, whatever you're saying. We're on this computer thing. They are hooked in to you. They know exactly what you're doing, where you at, where you're going.
Okay.
Just step back, Zach.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone. Enough said. I'm done with the case. I'm done with the case. You don't have to worry about me posting shit on Facebook, Twitter. Instagram or Snapchat about the KENNEKA Jenkins case. Nothing. I wanted to post to. It's crazy because Sunday I wanted to put some. I wasn't even gonna talk about it. I was just gonna post it from this lady page I'm on Facebook. I was gonna post me and Irene, but do not do that. I ain't gonna do that.
A user on Facebook by the name of Asaria the Jew has stated on a Facebook Live posted earlier today that KENNEKA Jenkins was a sacrifice murder for the higher ups and that she herself was a part of the program designed for this project.
I'm about to tell the truth on everything I freaking know, because I'm tired. Now they want to call my phone. I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and can't nobody tell me not to say it, because my soul tired. Because when I die, I want to go to heaven. I don't want to go to heaven knowing that I know stuff, or I got stuff on my heart. So I'm about to say what it is. Hey, Jasmine. All right, so I'm about to start by, because my time is not long on this earth. And I want to say whoever these sick bastards are, may God be with you. I was put into a program. I was put into a program before KENNEKA died. And I was put into a program before KENNEKA died. I was in Atlanta and I wanted to be in the whole music shit. Like, I can rap, I can produce, so I wanted to be in this music. And I wanted to be in it really, really bad. And I don't know what took place when I was out there, but I know I came back home and it was just weird. It was real weird. My surroundings was real weird. And fast forward to when KENNEKA died. Somebody put, it's a program, y'all. It's a program. And they put innocent people in this program for propaganda. That child was a sacrifice. And I'd rather get this off my chest because I said if I die, I'm gonna die with a Bible in my head. She was a sacrifice. I'm not gonna point fingers on who she was a sacrifice for. She was definitely a sacrifice. Everybody knew what was up. That's why people treated her different. KENNEKA was a part of something we call gang stalking, okay? And it started way before KENNEKA died. I want to start by saying we go against not blood, right, and flesh, but powers and principalities. So it's people in this world that got powers. There's people that got powers. And I'm not really trying to read no comments because I don't want nobody to discourage me on what I'm going to say. Because what I'm going to say, I promise y'all of myself, is from 100% in my heart. And I can't go to sleep no more. I can't live my life without saying what I feel and what I know, not what I think or what I heard.
Okay, people. So I want you to take a look at the picture in the background right there. See the picture right there? And see the picture right here? Do you guys believe that that's KENNEKA Jenkins, people? Because that is the same girl that I have in this picture right there. The one in the middle. As you guys can see. The one in the middle. That girl that's in the upper left-hand corner is the same girl, the one in the middle, but it's not the same girl, the one on the right. As you can see, people, it's not the same girl, but they're trying to proclaim it as being the same. Now, let's listen back in, peoples, to Azariah. Let's go.
Kenneka was a sacrifice, right? And it's about to get real fucking deep. She was a sacrifice for somebody higher up. Kenneka went through gang stalking. If y'all don't know what gang stalking can have your friends, your family, strangers watching your every move. They watch your every move. From when you're on your phone, don't let you have an iPhone. They watching your every move.
Gang stalking, peoples, as you can see. What was Shemaiah, Monifa, and all of them doing? They all the time had a cell phone, even the girls in the car, as you can see, had a cell phone when Kenneka was in the back seat of the car. What did they do? They put the cell phone on Kenneka in the bathroom. What Monifa is doing, putting the cell phone on Kenneka. In the bedroom. What Shemaiah, Monifa do? Put the cell phone on Kenneka. Wherever Kenneka went, they putting the cell phone on Kenneka. Loso Day. What they do? Put the cell phone on Kenneka. Everywhere Kenneka went, they got the cell phone on Kenneka. So what do you think they're doing? They're gang stalking. Gang stalking. They got the cell phone on Kenneka. People, there it is right there. It's in your face. It's in your face. Everywhere this girl was going, they had the cell phones on Kenneka. You guys remember that famous car ride when Kenneka was sitting in the back seat with the white shirt on and she was just rocking to the beat? What did they do, peoples? They had the cell phone on Kenneka. But peoples, you remember, and I think Trey Game was showing this the other day on his live. I watched a little bit of his live. He had Kenneka dancing in a hotel room, and a guy was sitting there with some beige or brown shoes on. And what was he doing? He had the cell phone on Kenneka. But peoples, what I want you to see is that video in Kenneka while she was in this car. Did that video look like a older Kenneka or a younger version of a Kenneka? Or was that Kenneka at all anyway? That's why I wanted to get a older picture of Kenneka. Because what are you all doing is you're utilizing all of these young pictures of Kenneka. But Kenneka was supposed to be 19, people. And she looks much older. So when you look at an older Kenneka and you looking at a younger Kenneka, how can you mix a younger Kenneka with an older Kenneka, peoples, and then try to put her in where she's never been? I'll wait. Hello, it's Jay. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. It's Jay said, hello, Mr. Joseph and chat. Peoples, again, look at the picture of KENNEKA. The older picture of KENNEKA. And when you go and play back the video, Trey Gang, does that look like an older KENNEKA or a younger KENNEKA? Or was that KENNEKA at all? See, peoples, you know, you can listen to all of these YouTubers and Facebookers and stuff, but again, just like I did tonight, you got to do your due diligence. You got to do your research. You got to connect the connects to the connect. And I'm connecting the connects to the connect. You see how I just walked this down, peoples? I'm connecting the connects to the connect. So, was it KENNEKA? I just shown you the other girl who they claim to be KENNEKA. I just showing you people. And I just shown you the picture earlier, just momentarily. So I had somebody chime on in my community wall and stuff and say, well, that's Jazz or somebody. People, I know who the people is. Why don't you come onto the live and express who the people is? I know what I'm saying. Why don't you come to the live and watch the live? And then understand what I'm saying. Then you get a greater appreciation as to why I post these things. Now, stop mixing a younger version of KENNEKA with an older version of KENNEKA. And trying to make it seem like she is at all of these places where she's never been and giving all of these hilarious and nefarious narratives. Let's go, peoples. Let's go.
When you go to the store, they got people watching you. When you go to the gas station, they got people were watching that child way before she died. Even that video when they was on 13th and Christiana, they were watching her. They were watching her every move. Don't ask me why. So when that hotel situation happened, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Because when you go through gang stalking, you go through mental. It's so serious, y'all. Y'all don't know how serious it is. And I'm about to break it down even more. But anyway, when she went to the hotel, everybody was on it. Everybody knew what was up. She the only one that ain't know what was up. She trusted these people. She be people that were her friends from third grade. People that were her friends before she could speak properly. I don't think that they were in on it because they wanted to. I believe that they were threatened. I believe that they were threatened and they were scared. And they wanted to tell her, but they couldn't. That thing that happened at the hotel was supposed to happen. They alter your mind. They are mind controlling people. People can alter your mind and make you say things that you wouldn't. So when people say she was supposed to go to the movies, right? What you think made her say yes to the hotel? Be for real. when I made that video, when I was talking about God was trying to talk to kENNEKA, because we're spiritual. We are living in these last days. Like, seriously. And they killed that girl. Whoever put her in that program, that gay stalking program, they killed that girl. They had that girl beat up and put in a freezer. They had that little girl beat up and put in a freezer to freeze her organs so that they could get her organs. Because what y'all don't know is organs are a lot of money. Your eyes, your heart, your liver, your lungs, your kidneys are worth a lot of money. I'm not trying to be no like conspiracy theorist.
Organs is worth a lot of money. Your eyes, your liver, your kidneys. And what did Joe Calm do? He X'd out of the Mona Lisa eyes and put googly eyes down with question marks. What did they tell you? They told you that they took that girl and they were going to take Zach if he was to drop that interview. And what they do? They took Zach. They took Zach. And so that's what it is, peoples. So they took him. He thought that he wore all of that in a cup of tea. He thought that he had literally the love of Christ upon his side, but obviously, you know, whatever relationship he had, hey, but they took him. And so this girl is telling you, people, I've just connected the connects to the connect. The lady told you about Joe Calm. And if you know about Joe Calm, you wouldn't be talking about this case. Okay. Well, then what did I tell you? And then they turned around and told Zach, if you drop that interview, we're going to come get you because we've already got her in the do it for the eye. And the eye doesn't forgive, and they're not going to forgive for the eye. So once they target you, you're a target. Zach, shot in the head. Shemaya, shot in the head. Man, shot in the face. Rico, I don't know how he shot, but the other guys, shot. People died. But do you think gang members? What did she say? She said Joe Calm. She said, well, you can't go to the police because the police, FBI, and everybody else ain't going to touch this case. How do you think 215 bodies got behind a jail? A jail. Somebody in power. So they're shedding light upon the 215 bodies. Well, Edward Joseph is shedding light upon the kENNEKA Jenkins case. And every time you look around, peoples, I'm connecting the connects to the connects to the connects. And I am showing you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples, They gang stalked that baby. Everywhere she was, they had a camera on her. They gang stalked her. And if you've never been gang stalked, peoples, well then, what is it that you are doing? And BJ, that was to connect to the connect to the connect. Because remember, Andrew Holmes, who is a part of the Blue, was the very ones who was sent out there to distract the people. Andrew Holmes is on a federal investigation. Okay, did you hear what I said? I said Andrew Holmes is under federal investigation. Just like that mayor out there in whatever, Money Mayor, the one who he's all the time going on sabbaticals with and everything, and he's all the time sitting right behind her. The corrupt mayor, the one who is running the city into bankruptcy. You see Andrew Holmes right there, right on her side, smiling. They're both under federal investigation, peoples, as we speak. Corrupt as all get down. And I'm loving it. Because when it's all said and done, it's going to tag team back to this case and what he did. And there's somebody higher than his bosses. Now, if the former president of the United States can be indicted and going to be tried and going to be convicted, shit, you think who's ever trying to keep a cover on this case won't be exposed? I told you this year, people, since the year of reveal, God is moving, and all of these things that these people are done, it is coming out. It is coming out. Trust you me. Now, let's go.
But everything I'm speaking on, I know for a fact that girl don't even have a tombstone on her grave. But her mother driving a car, a new car. You moved, but your daughter don't have a tombstone. Zach, and this is gonna hurt. See, I didn't know KENNEKA, but I knew Zach. And we had a lot of conversations. They killed my Zach. That wasn't no gang related. That was an orchestrated fucking hit. Because he was digging into the... Excuse me. Because he was digging into the case. Okay? Zach unlocked the key to this whole shit. And they were scared. So they killed him. Because they were scared that with the movie he was being made, he was going to tell too much. They felt like the deeper he got, the more he was going to tell. The more people was going to get in trouble. They couldn't take that risk, so they killed him. For no reason. because he wanted to get justice for a girl who family don't even get justice for. This game is deeper than what y'all think. Y'all want to know how I got into this whole kENNEKA thing? Well, I'm about to tell y'all. I was put in this. This is a program. This is for propaganda, y'all. This is propaganda. They put us in this to confuse y'all. To confuse y'all. They put them girls, Monifa and Maya, Irene, because they wanted them to be the fall guys. They wanted to be the fall guys because it's deeper than what y'all think. The government is plucking us out of here. Anybody who they feel got a voice. Anybody who they feel talk too much. Anybody they feel could change the world. They pluck them. They pluck them. And me not knowing kENNEKA, but me seeing her and hearing stories. She had a vibrant, she was a vibrant soul. Always smiling. Always just loving everybody when they were just being so fake to her. They put me in this whole thing. I woke up one morning. Some just said, go to YouTube. Mind control. Everything is propaganda. And I'm going to tell you how mind control is real. How it really is real. But I woke up one morning and I just went on YouTube. I didn't even type my name in. I promise y'all. I just went on YouTube and I see Straight Drop talking about me. And I'm like, I don't even know this guy. How did I get in this? How did I get in this? I don't know her. It's propaganda. Anything to throw the masses off. Anything to throw y'all off. Especially if they feel like you're getting too busy, too knowledgeable. To clear up the rumor, there's not two kENNEKAs. Anisha Fowler is completely different from kENNEKA. The other woman that they were talking about, Antonia Evans, she's a completely different person. kENNEKA is who she is. She was a real person. A real person.
kENNEKA was a real person. Anisha Fowler is a different person. And whoever else, Antonia Fowler and Antonia Evans, was a different person. kENNEKA Martin was a different person. You heard her say Straight Drop had literally vilified this girl, and he did not even know her. Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina had vilified Edward Joseph, but she don't even know me. And then you got other YouTubers that jumped into the fray and tried to vilify me. And these people don't know me. They don't know me from Adam. But yet they were put in place as propaganda movers. So y'all say, oh, well, Straight Drop and all of them, they got, and Trey Gang, they got the T. Custom Designs and T Slate, they got the T. Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez, Medina, 54 Keys. John Queer Q, Boss Man and Harrison Lost Man, Zillionaire. In Slime We Trust. They got the T. What T do they have? Because truth be told, peoples, all it was is just conflict and confusion every time you look around. Show your proof. Show your proof. Well, I'm showing my proof. I'm showing my proof. And I'm here and I'm hitting it hard and heavy. And I'm hitting it with everything that I got with what they have shown peoples. And Edward Joseph is connecting the dots. It ain't no theories and all of this stuff, peoples. It's literally showing you what they gave, connecting those dots and telling you and telling the story how they gave it. Now, you believe what you want to believe. I've always said that. I've always said that. You are in charge of everything that you believe. And if you do your own research, well, then, you'll understand even more. This is why I labor. This is why I take my time to try to show you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples. If I didn't know what I was talking about, there's no way I can be running this live. But everything that I'm showing you and everything that I'm telling you is lining up perfectly. Lining up perfectly. And see, people's look, the title on the screen right here, it didn't say no KENNEKA Martin. It says KENNEKA Jenkins death investigation. So I'm not going to sit here and waste all of my precious time arguing with people whether KENNEKA Jenkins and KENNEKA Martin is two different people. You believe what you want to believe. So that's what you do. You believe it, what you want to believe. But I have already proven many times over, and there's no need for me to even try to prove anything else because the truth stands alone. It doesn't need no help. And so whatever you deem as truth, well, then that's what it is, peoples. I've only just did my job just to show you. Now, let's go.
There's not two or nothing. Don't have y'all think that. As far as the hotel incident, and I'm going back and forth because I'm giving it to y'all at all angles. In that hotel, that wasn't her in that hallway. We know that. But the more we dig in on that, the more they put these people into the mix. People like me. People like who's that guy with the yarn twist in his hair? That's where he had KENNEKA's jeans. They target us. I'm in a gang stalking program. I can't even go to the store without people following me. I can't even sleep. I can't go to let my son nowhere. And they're like, if you don't do what we say, we're gonna ruin you. If you don't do what we say, we're gonna kill you. And I don't want to die because I got a kid. So I went along with it. I went along with it because I got a son. But I'm out of the program. I don't want none of it. Y'all are killing innocent people. God been too good to me. I had to, they wanted me to forsake God. Because when I was getting on my live and I was talking about how good God was, that was a no-no in their book. What you're going to do is, you're going to do what we tell you to. You're going to get on your Instagram, okay? You're going to shake your butt. You're going to have people thinking that you're crazy, that you're a Jezebel, that you're this and that you're that. Deep inside, I love Jesus. That's who I fear. That's who I love. That's who loves me. But they wanted me to seem crazy. That's why you have people like Chosen King, who's a Mason. That's why you have people like Straight Drop. Because they're part of the propaganda, y'all. You know how many people they've crucified? You know how many people died and went missing? I'm not just saying this because I'm fearing my life. I'm saying it because I'm tired. My soul is tired. My mind is tired. I'm not going to be controlled no more. So what they did to make sure I stayed under control, like Teresa, she was under control. That guy, James Coleman, her boyfriend, why he leave after kENNEKA died? Huh? Why he leave after kENNEKA died? He was with her in a relationship up until kENNEKA died. kENNEKA died, he went AWOL. He left, right? Then Teresa comes out with blonde hair. Let me let y'all know something about MK Ultra program. When Black women wear blonde hair, that means that they're under submission to someone. Okay? So what they did with me, they hooked me up with a white guy, military, who could snap his fingers and I could just turn into something that I didn't remember. Very high. He's very high ranking. I'll never say his name, but he's very high ranking. Okay? So a lot of things I couldn't say when I first was just all started because I was scared. Okay? People know where I live. And I've moved. Okay? I've moved. It's so deep, y'all. People are, it's so deep, it's so deep. Just be careful. The government is very strategic in what they do. I wouldn't be surprised if right now, as I am talking, that there are people looking at me from the other side. But I don't care. I don't care no more. I don't care. I'm gonna go back into the story, but let me let y'all know how real gang stalking is. I went out last night, okay? Around people that played their part. They played their part last night. I was in the same position as kENNEKA. Remember I told you I was supposed to be her? That's why I could relate with her. Y'all just don't understand. There's so much I wanted to say to y'all, but I was so scared. Yesterday, I had went to this guy's house. Him and this other guy had picked me up. And we get in the house, we smoking. Mind you, I'm not supposed to smoke. That's something I promised God I wouldn't do. Smoke. I'm smoking. They start acting weird. they started to look at each other the way that they did in the hotel room with Kenneka. That's how they did with me. It was somebody, the guy that came and got me was standing at the door, so I couldn't get out. And there was another guy sitting beside me and another guy across from me, and I was the only girl in there. And they told me my name. They was like, "Aren't you Azaria Dior?" How do you know that? Because you don't know me by that. They had guns and all types of stuff. And they told me that we were going to go in the woods and shoot the guns. But I knew that they were going to try to shoot me. So I prayed. I prayed and I prayed. And I said, God, I'm here. I see I'm here. Please don't let this happen. Please let me get home. Please. And I told them that I was calling people and I was sending my address to people. And God got me out of there. God got me out of there. God is so real. You know how many situations I've been through since this Kenneka situation where they tried to kill me. I can't even meet new people. I'm scared to meet new people because people notice me from the Kenneka situation that I was put in. You got people that threaten me. It's so much going on, and I was forced to not say nothing, to keep making lies and to keep acting like it didn't bother me. And they were telling me that they were my handlers, like, oh my God, I'm trying to say so much in such little time. They had handlers around me, just like they did Teresa, to make sure that Teresa didn't slip up and say anything. That's why she said, ain't nobody do nothing to my daughter, y'all. Ain't nobody. She knew they killed that girl. But she can't say nothing because they gonna kill her.
Did you hear what she said? She said that she couldn't tell you all because they would have killed her. It is just like what the eye said. Either you're going to obey the eye or you're going to die. Now, peoples, I'm not really having so much sympathy for TM because of the simple fact that it had it been my daughter, will take my life. You know, take my life. If God is before you, who can be against you? Take my life, because again, you go and you take my daughter. Oh my God, no way am I going to sit here and be silent. Crown Plaza would be no plaza if it was left up to me. There is no way whatsoever, peoples, that I would have ever sat around and allowed somebody to go ahead and rape, sodomize, and ultimately murder my daughter. And then you expect me to be silent? FDI, because my God is greater than the I. The Bible teaches us, greater is he that is in thee than he that is in the world. So you're going to sit around and you're going to let the I dictate to you what you need to do. No. Cheryl, Kenneka, as far as I know, was a girl full woman. But the people who played her is a trans. And I got pictures. I got pictures. Showing pictures. Showing there's more pictures that I wanted to share with you guys, but I wanted to play this video so she can shed some light upon what she had went through with what these young ladies had went through. But notice, Cheryl, how everybody played kENNEKA. Even the trainees played kENNEKA. But as far as I know, kENNEKA had a VCAT, and she was all girl. All girl. And kENNEKA was a beautiful kENNEKA was a beautiful young lady. Beautiful. But I told you this all stems back, way back to Cabrini Greens when her father was living. Her father used to politic with Larry Hoover, Carl Nesbitt, James Coleman, and they were there. James Coleman and Carl Nesbitt was there at the establishment. They were there, both of them. See, people, the one good thing about all of this, it really doesn't matter what the YouTuber's narrative is and things. The good thing about all of this is that now you all are waking up. You all are waking up. One thing you're waking up is that kENNEKA Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. You're waking up to that. Two, you're waking up is that now you are beginning to see that TM had something to do with her daughter's death. She wasn't an innocent bystander that just was so having to wonder what happened to her daughter. TM told you. She said that nothing happened to my daughter. Then she turns around and said, them bastards killed my child. And then she turns around and said, well, kENNEKA didn't die in the manner to which we think. Well, how do we think that she died? Nobody thought that that they thought that she died. Well, we know that she didn't just go up in the freezer, lay down and die. We know that. So how did she die, TM? You know who's saying it. Post after post after post after post. You know. Now King Rob threatens you and threatens Lenora. Lenora, I see you walking in the morning with those kids. You better watch out, Lenora. You better watch out. I told you the eye don't forgive, people. Either do what the eye say or the eye is going to take you out. So now, was Teresa Martin threatened? Well, you know what my honest opinion is about that, peoples? I don't think that Teresa Martin was threatened. I think she had threatened those kids. That's what I think. I think she threatened those kids. And not only the kids, but she threatened everybody else. Understand one thing, peoples. J Money was a part of this caper. He knew. All of the family knew. It wasn't a mystery to nobody. I truly believe that Teresa Martin's sister got killed because she watched my live. And I went in hard and heavy on Teresa Martin. And I think her sister got tired and she felt remorse. She felt guilty. I think her sister knew. I think she knew. And by watching my live, I think that was the breaking point. Because 3 days later, after watching my live, her sister got killed. And Teresa Martin had testified and said that my sister abruptly just stopped talking to me and just started acting funny towards me and things. Well, I think that her sister watched my live, just as TM is watching my live tonight. My sister got tired of all of this nonsense and stuff and got tired of Teresa Martin and everything and stuff because he just went on. So they had to take her out of here. Just like they took out J Money. And it was said that J Money's wife or girlfriend or whoever she was to him had him taken out. More insurance money for them because, you know, and more organs. Not to say that J Money's organs is worth anything. You know, I don't know how, what he lived like and things, you know, whether it was pliable organs or not. But certainly it was already stated that TM had life insurance on all of the family. Every last one of them. And I told you, Lenora is next. She's just scheming up a scheme to take her little tail out of here so she can get money for her and take her little millions. Nobody is safe in that family, peoples. And two brothers and one supposed sister, two brothers, one sister, and a supposed daughter. That's a lot of people getting killed out of the family. It's almost like the P. Diddy syndrome. It's almost like the P. Diddy syndrome, peoples. You know, everybody, when Bad Boys Records had started, these people started with him, and every last one of them is out of here except for who? P. Diddy, who messed with the woman's titty. James Coleman was messing with KENNEKA's kitty. But James Coleman is family members with Jedediah. He's related to the Colemans. Jedediah. And Jedediah had some issues as well, like P. Diddy, messing with the youngins' kitty. Jedediah. Boy, people's the twist just keeps twisting with all of these twisted people. So Jedediah, what is it that you got upset with TM about? You knew it wasn't KENNEKA. You knew that from the beginning. But you played the role. You played the role. You, James Coleman, Carl Naismith, Andrew Holmes. Peoples, these people with this fake, phony, hilarious, and nefarious beef up against each other. Oh my goodness, peoples, man, come on. It is incredible, peoples, for the stuff that these people have said and did. Jedediah, you ain't no different than James Coleman, sir. Playing with the youngins' kitty. You nasty freak. Boy, people, it's all coming out. It's all coming out. And I'm here just to connect the connects to the connects. That's all I'm here doing, peoples. It's more to come. Oh my God, it's a whole lot more to come. You guys are going to see Grand Central Station. All of these people schemed and made millions. And the ones who wouldn't play ball, like Zach TV, like J Money, like Teresa Martin's sister, like Teresa Martin's brother, like Teresa Martin's mother got taken out of here. All of them. Just think about that for one moment, people. So, I mean, you know, every last one of your family members, good portion of them, is dying a tragic death. And you're the only one capitalizing. You're the only one walking around here, but God, quoting scriptures that Edward Joseph quoted, and lining your pockets with other people's money, and then calling the people funny. That's amazing, people. That is really amazing. And then I'm going in hard and heavy on her, and now you got people calling Edward Joseph, please have mercy on me. Haven't the family suffered enough? Now you want to go and make posts and quote scriptures and all of this stuff. People's Edward Joseph is the only one who can do it, who can get under that woman's skin. I'm the only one. I just want her to just call out my name. Just say my name. That's all I want her to do. But she refuses to do it. But yet she can send people here. She can have people call. She can make posts and stuff. But she refused to come on my live. Teresa Martin, come on to Edward Joseph's live. Come on, Mel. I'm waiting for you. Should I tell the people about Jamaica Queens? Come back to Jamaica. Make it your home. We want you to join us. We want you to roam. So make it Jamaica. Make it your home. Make it Jamaica your new island home. Well, now you make the United States your home, huh? Yeah. Go back to Jamaica. Oh, you thought I didn't know. So that's where you're from, Tim, huh? Jamaica. You're an islander, Mel. You don't speak with the twang or the what they call it, the accent, but you're from Jamaica. You and your family, and made residence down here in the state of Chicago. You thought that I didn't know, Tim, huh? See, I've been doing a lot of probing, Mel, and I don't really like to probe into people's backgrounds and things, but you, on the other hand, I just had to make an exception. Jamaica. That's interesting, Tim. Jamaica. See, people, if I wouldn't get in trouble for showing some documentation, I'll be the very first one to show that on this live right now. But see, I can get in trouble for showing documentation and things. So I got to kind of figure out a way of how to do that without getting a strike. And maybe I just may, you know, go instead of showing it on YouTube, maybe I can just show it on Facebook. Facebook, I don't care. They can strike me all day long. I don't care. YouTube, I got a well, although I got a greater platform on Facebook, I don't want to mess that up either. So I'm gonna figure out something. But we're gonna expose TM. That bitch is from Jamaica, y'all. And she's got family in Jamaica, Queens. Family in Jamaica, Queens. Ain't that something? That damn TM is an islander. That shit is crazy. TM is a islander. Wow. That's incredible, peoples. Peoples, I gotta show you guys this of the I gotta share this to Facebook. Oh my god, these people are crazy. Okay, here, let me see. How can I do this? I gotta copy this. I'm gonna copy that. Select all. I'm gonna share this to Facebook, but yeah. TM is from the islands, peoples. He's Jamaican. Let's finish this video. Let's go.
I was forced to get to know Kenny. I didn't want to talk to Kenny. I was forced to date him to get information out of him. I was used as a puppet. I was used. They put me in the program, the KENNEKA experience. That's what I'm going to call it. And who else was in that program? Zach. Zach ain't even know it. Anybody that was put in this program has been missing or dead. Because Zach refused to go against the grain. Y'all tried to make Zach seem like he was so evil, but Zach was trying to tell y'all through actions. He couldn't.
Did you just hear what she said? And I told you that earlier, peoples. Zach refused to go against the grain. I mean, not refused to go against the grain. He went against the grain. And just like I had showed you, peoples, just like I had showed you, when you go and you go against the against the eye, well, then the eye doesn't forgive. Well, the eye didn't forgive. Zach put that interview out there. Zach got shot in the head. She just told you Zach went against the grain. And I've been told you guys that. I said when Zach got killed, I said this had everything to do with the KENNEKA Jenkins case. And then everybody was, no, I don't know why y'all saying that Zach got killed behind KENNEKA Jenkins case. Yes, he did. I've been told you guys that. Yes, he did. And I proved that. He got threatened 7 times. He told you himself. The guy last told him, and then the lady last told him. And he said, okay, well, I'm going to leave it alone. But before I leave it alone, I am going to drop this interview Saturday, and then I'm going to leave it alone. Well, he dropped the interview, and they told him, you dropped the interview. Well, then that's it, my friend. And so he dropped the interview. Now, guess what? That was it. No more Zach. He didn't want to listen because he totally went against what they told him not to do. Now, there's more to the Zach story, peoples, than what you have been told. Yeah, Zach got all of the videos and things. He got all the videos. Remember the videos that Lenora had stated that she had. Remember when she got on the horn with the she got on the horn with the reporter. She said, I got the videos. Well, people's, who else do you think had those videos? Zach. Zach had those videos. Hello, Brett. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Peoples, not only Zach had those videos, who do you think else had those videos? Chosen King. King Rob. The very people who was talking about this KENNEKA Jenkins case from the very beginning. The one who was talking about her from the very beginning. The very YouTubers who's vilifying her and they didn't even know her. The very ones who got paid to spill out all of this. And I dare them to come and talk to me and say something to me, because I will spill all of the goddamn coffee upon all of those suckers. Yeah, share this live with them. Tell them to come see Edward Joseph, the King Robs and the Chosen Kings, and the Straight Drops. All of you effers, come see Edward Joseph, because you were the very ones who got all of this madness out here and started all of this confusion. Your asses was there, and you thought that I didn't know? You thought that I don't have anything to prove that you were there? Bring it on, suckers! I told you, people, I was going to be calling out these YouTubers for the nefarious madness that they've been doing, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Where are they now? Where are the King Robs and the Chosen Kings and the Straight Drops? And the Mike Larrys? And Casey Olvera Sanchez Medina's? They ain't around, peoples. Where are they? I'm ready. I'm ready because, man, look here. I'm ready to drop the damn bombshells. I'm ready to call you suckers out and expose you all suckers for what you've been doing in this case. You guys made so much money. You guys had this conspiracy theory going. You, Trey Gang, all of you guys. Y'all work together. Y'all got money. Y'all saying, oh, well, these people written me letters and stuff. These people ain't written you shit. Don't believe the crap How many times does these suckers have changed their narratives? For how many years? They change the narrative like the wind blows every single day. But I ain't mad at you. I mean, you know, that's entertainment. That's entertainment. You guys sit there and listen to them and stuff. That's good. But you tell me something. What proof and truth has it yielded? Somebody go write him a letter explaining to him. So, okay, so you talk about this case forever and a day. Now what? What are you doing with it? You mad? Now what? What are you going to do with it? What difference does it make? You name me ever one time that somebody gave that boy a call and threatened him. You name me one time that his life got ever shut down or got a strike. Name me one time. One time that the audio was messing up in all of this stuff. Just some weird, crazy crap. Name me one time that all of the people came into this live commandeered and trying to switch up the narrative and things. They don't need to do it because he's doing it himself. Where are the straight drops and the chosen kings and the King Robs and all of these people who talked all of this madness about this case forever and a day? Where are they? You suckers was there. And I can prove it. I can prove it. I'm the only one in this community that can stand up and can prove. You were there. Where's the Just Kings Productions 33 and all like this? Were you? You guys talk so much shit in this community, in this case. Y'all show much shit, and then when the heat came on and stuff, and they told you to shut the shit down, you shut the shit down. Now you start to change. Now you start to put all of this vilified, hilarious and stuff because y'all didn't think that this was going to ever get so big. Y'all didn't think that there was going to be a meticulous person like Edward Joseph who didn't abide by your own stupid narrative. You didn't think that it was going to be somebody who was going to outsmart you and going to call you to the carpet for the madness that you guys put out. Jedediah, all of you suckers, every last one of you were in concert and gotten paid. Now, since you got paid where you at, you ain't talking about it no more. You don't care. People, this is why I do what I do. And I don't take no prisoners. And I really don't care. And they all are invited to come and have a conversation with me. They all watching me. They sitting back there watching me. Every last one of them, they watching. You guys watch how I do this thing. I move strategically. I move the way that I move. Ain't no other YouTuber ever did what I did. Not one. And I can really give two rats' asses of all of the hilarious nonsense that these people have been saying and stuff. Connect the dots. And when I connect the dots, watch these dots lead right back to them. You've already had the young lady expose two of the YouTubers. And they didn't know her from Adam. Why are you going and vilifying this girl for what you guys knew that she went through? That is the most pissed off part about it all, peoples. They knew what this girl went through, and they still sat their A's up here to vilify her. And then many of you people called this girl crazy and stupid and all like this and stuff because she has been mentally effed majorly. And she's having breakdowns and she's doing this and that and the other. But the contents of what she said matters most. I don't care what she ever did in this life. What she gave you was something that, just like P. Diddy, they did not want to have out there. And if she didn't call the names, it was no reason for me to call the names because she called it. I didn't have to call it. She did. She told you. And it was the reason why she told you. Now, it's up to you to believe what she say. You don't believe, you don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe nothing nobody say. Nobody's forcing you to believe anything. Nobody's twisting your arm. I'm just here to give you what I give you. Yeah, Brett. They all of them are linked. Every last one of them. And I want any of them to come out and say something. I'm the only YouTuber that stands 10 toes down with what I say and can prove anything that I can prove. And don't give two rat's asses behind it. Because the more I talk, the more that I receive, the more that I expose. See, Brett, let me tell you something. There is no expiration on murder. And when you are accessory to the crime, you get just as if you did it yourself. It's called RICO. RICO. Just like what YSL and all of the other people is going through right now. You took any part of it, guess what? You can be charged just as well and be just as culpable. And Brett, that's exactly what I'm doing. That's exactly why I take the time out to do what I do. And if you watch any of the lives, you see how I do it. All it's the connects to the connects to the connects. Everything connects. Everything that these people had said is everything that I have been showing. It was just piece by piece by piece. Little piece here, little piece there, little piece here, little piece there. You got to dissect this thing. You got to dissect it. Everything is just not going to just fall into place. You got to take a little bit here, take a little bit there, from what this person said, from what that person said, from what this person did, from what that person did, from what this person shown, from what that person shown. It is a piece to the whole puzzle. And see, I may not can touch the big boys, but I sure am making these little boys itch majorly. Because see, when it's all said and done, they're the ones who's going to be taken out first before anything. Leave no witness. That's what it's called. That's why they tried to get Shemai out of here. That's why they was looking for Monifa. Irene and Bree ain't gonna be touched because they're too well up and higher up in the game. Irene got high-ranking family members. And Bree. But the little ones on the totem pole is Shemaya and Monifa. They paid them a little bit of money to keep quiet. Y'all thought that Shemaya was a millionaire. Shemaya is almost a millionaire. Not quite a millionaire, but she was almost a millionaire. She got a considerable amount of money to shut the F up. Because remember, Shemaiah and her mom was the ones who went to the police station. Irene went to the police station, but Irene was all play. Shemaiah was serious because Shemaiah was scared as F. Shemaiah got her ass out of Dodge just as long as Monifa and her boyfriend. You can't find me. I'm nowhere around you. You can't find me. I'm nowhere around you. Well, why are you running if nothing happened? Well, because you close to the one who can bust this case wide open too. It's called leave no witness. Boy, peoples, it's deeper than what you think. I'm telling you. And I'm just taking my time. I'm just taking my time. You got other people over here just literally talking their head off and so pissed off by what I'm doing over here. But that's okay, because like I said, I just love doing what I do. So let them get pissed off, people. Let them say all of that and stuff because these people can't do what I do. My main goal is to make these people itch, and that's exactly what I'm doing. If I make you so uncomfortable that you have to call me and plead with me to give the family relief, well, that's a crying shame, people. They calling me for me to give them relief. Well, what about the people who you guys had killed? What about the people you killed? Did you ever think about their feelings? Did they need relief? People, let me tell you something. Look, I have an army full of people who's working with me on this case right now. Serious people who ain't playing. This is how I'm able to bring a lot of this to you. And there ain't no sense in me putting them in jeopardy. But just know that it's much, much, much more than what I'm talking about right now. And I'm just taking my time. Because the more that we get closer to that Crown Plaza, the scarier it becomes for them. And you know why? Because guilt is a MF. Guilt will make you do some strange things. And that's what's happening right now. Because you know what's happening, right? You know what I'm doing? I'm encouraging the people to take a second look at what was out there, what was said. You ain't gonna never see no King Rob's Chosen King straight drops and Mike Larry's and just King Productions and stuff. You ain't gonna never see them talk about Edward Joseph. You ain't gonna never see them make no updates on the KENNEKA Jenkins case. You ain't gonna never hear from them. They're gonna be silent. These people ain't gonna say nothing else. The tides has changed, people. So I told you, reveal is the order of the day. See, they don't want no beef. They don't want no funk. They're watching. They're listening. They're looking. They're on pins and needles because they know justice is coming. The Bible teaches us, be not deceived, for God is not mocked. What sow a man soweth, that shall he also reap. So when you sow corruption, you're going to have to reap it. And harvest time is coming. Mark my words. I'm a true believer in Christ. The various things that they sown, they're going to have to reap it. Trust you me, it's happening now. Because as Nino Brown had said, I'm going to make you itch. Watch however Joseph work, peoples. Watch how I work. Let's go. Oh, yeah. You know something? You know some Homer Green? Yeah, I'm very careful. I'm very careful because see the thing is, my friend, again, with all that I have found out, see the thing is this, my friend, you can't go into battle being scared. God cannot use no coward soldiers. You cannot go into battle being scared. See, the only thing that can happen to me is my life be taken. That's it. You know, and I'm going to heaven. And so if they ever die, well, you know, I don't believe that they'll be meeting me up there. But see, the thing is this: the uppers ain't worried about me. The uppers ain't worried about me. The upper echelon, they're not worried about me. They're watching all of those doctors and things, all of those Mason boys and the Shriners and all of these peoples. They're watching me. Even the people at Cook County Medical Examiner's office, they're watching me. Everybody's watching me. But see, Mr. Homer Green, I haven't crossed that line with them. But what was happening is I'm making the lower echelon like TM in the ones, the foot soldiers, I should say. I'm making them itch. I'm making them uncomfortable. I'm reminding them every single time I go live what they did. What they did. And see, when the shit hits the fan, it's going to hit them first. And it's going to hit them the hardest. Because see, the thing is, Mr. Homer Green, they are the ones who is caught on video, not the upper echelon. And that's what makes it so painful. If this shit ever hits the fan, they're the ones who's going down first. But before it ever reaches the upper echelon, you know what's going to happen, right? They're going to take every last one of them out. They have to. Leave no witness. But then you know what happens, Mr. Green? It will be on my hands because I would have been the one who sparked that mass killing. Just like 215 people that is dead in a grave, an unmarked grave behind a jail. 250 unmarked, unnamed people. I got a responsibility to uphold. You know, I got a responsibility to uphold. Hello, Marcus. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. See, because what I do is going to get a lot of people killed. It can get a lot of people killed. Shedding light upon the things that these people did, it can get them killed. Now, do I want that blood on my hands? I just want to push the gambit to whereas, it will push one of them to come on out and tell what they know, say what they need to say. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know who I'm really working on right now? I'm working on Shemaiah. He's watching me. Shemaiah is the weakest link. He is watching me. And the more that I keep talking, the more that is wearing on her. That's why she keeps making all of these different Facebook pages and Twitter pages and stuff. She's got so many different channels and things. But I'm working on Shemaiah. I'm talking directly to Shemaiah. And you know why I'm talking directly to Shemaiah? Because Shemaiah was the one who was closest to KENNEKA. More so than Monifa, Bree, or Irene. And we'll get into the relationship between Shemaiah and KENNEKA. Because a lot of people think that Patricia Farler is KENNEKA's mother. No, she's not, people. She's not KENNEKA's mother. She is Shemaiah's mother. Patricia Farler, Shemaiah's mother. Not KENNEKA's mother. We're going to get into the relationship between KENNEKA and Shemaiah, how all of that came about. But see, Shemaiah came from a broken home. Out of all of the people, Shemaiah is the weakest link. And if you know Edward Joseph, I can get people to talk. Just keep talking. I'll encourage them to talk. That's who I'm working on. I'm working on Shemaiah. And she hears me loud and clear. And she's going to be the one who breaks. I truly believe that, people. She's going to be the one who breaks. I can't shake it. I can't shake this in my spirit, peoples. I mean, I cannot shake it for the likes of me. Shemaiah is going to be the one who breaks. And you know why? Because she's already got a taste of their wrath, and she survived. And it's going to be that resentment of what they did. It's going to give her the encouragement to do what she needs to do. Out of all of the girls who could have been assaulted, she was the only one. It's going to be that reason that is going to break her, but yet is going to make her. Watch what I say, peoples. Watch what I say. Let's go.
Talk. Couldn't talk. I've been in situations, same predicament again, in the hotel. People acting weird. Oh, drink that. That's why I don't drink. I know y'all put something in my drink. I'm not stupid. I was made to do things I didn't want to do. I was I just went through a lot, y'all. And it was before the kENNEKA died, but it got worse. And I've even went to my mom, like, Mom, please tell me you don't know nothing about this. And my mom was like, I don't know. But even if people knew, they wouldn't tell me. So it's so much stuff. kENNEKA, she was basically, it was stuff going on at home. Okay? kENNEKA probably feel for her life. And I'm saying probably because I'm not in her shoes. I'm not her. But she probably was scared. She knew people was acting weird. She knew it. She knew it. People around her not the same. She knew it. And when she died, people used her death as a way of winning over the people. See, when kENNEKA died, kENNEKA's death was supposed to be another Trayvon Martin. Another, you guys get what I'm saying? They picked certain people to die. You don't understand that this organ trafficking is real. You're more dead than alive in this world. What did she do? She didn't do nothing to nobody, and I don't know her, but I'm just saying, what can you do that bad? That bad. All I just asked for, Miss Teresa, tell them the truth. Set your soul free.
And that's all that we're asking. Set your soul. All of this anguish and all of this stuff, but that woman ain't never shed not one tear throughout this whole entire ordeal. I want you guys to think about that for one moment. He never shedded not one tear. How could somebody be so cold, callous, and not share not one tear? And this is supposed to be your daughter. I mean, the greatest Houdini trick that ever had been performed. And that's the thing that really pisses me off, people. This is the greatest Houdini trick that has ever been performed in. These people died. That she may sit here and get millions off of lies. And play the greatest soap opera there has ever been played in American history. This goes down in the history books, people. And you think that I'm not offended? I'm highly offended. This is the great people. Look at that picture. This is the greatest act that this woman has ever performed in her entire life. And she gets on here and quotes scriptures. She gets on here and hate lies and all like this and stuff and eating crab legs and lobster tails. And you mothers, you mothers out there who have children, you already know what it feels like when your daughter scrapes her knee or some boy taking advantage of her or whatever the case may be. You have that mother love for your child. But this woman, people, if you're not disgusted now by this woman's actions, you never be. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry to say. I just have to be real. And I'm not going to curse. I'm not going to cuss. I'm not going to scream and holler. I'm not going to do all that stuff. I'm just going to talk. Because what I need to do is I need to show and tell so you can feel the pain, feel the agony, feel the emotion. Let that rage up in your spirit. And then when it's time to act, peoples, I want you to act. Never let this woman and these people ever rest. Don't let them rest. Too many of us shedded too many tears. And she has yet to shed one. How does that make you feel? And this is not even your child.
You know what happened to that girl. You know what happened to that girl. And you don't want to say nothing because you fear your life. But if you love your daughter and honor God the way you say, but God, but God, but God, you'll let him take your life. Can't nobody pay me enough to sacrifice my child. Can't nobody pay me enough to sacrifice my mother. Can't nobody pay me enough to sacrifice not even my worst enemy. And that's another thing that they try to get me to do. I don't want no parts of y'all wicked asses. Y'all wicked. Y'all wicked. And y'all use innocent people for y'all pawns. Y'all don't know what really go down. Y'all really don't know the sacrifices that are to be made. It ain't no, oh, I'm not going to do it. It's you're going to do it or you're going to die. That's another way of controlling. So, with me being through this whole little program, they sent handlers around me to make sure that I didn't crack under pressure, to make sure that she don't say too much. Because the last thing we need is for Zari to get on here and expose some shit. Because I know too much. I know too much. And now it went from crying to anger because I'm pissed off that I let myself be used like that. I know way too much. And if y'all don't stop playing with me, I'm not talking to, they know who I'm talking to. It's going to get real and a lot of shit going to get exposed. Starting with this case. Because that's the reason why y'all killed Zach. As many interviews Zach did with ops on top of ops, ain't nobody ever tried to kill Zach until this KENNEKA situation.
For a moment there, I thought the thing wasn't playing, but let me fast forward it a little bit.
All right. So let me share my screen, peoples. I'm sharing it this way. Let me go here back to Facebook. Where did I share it? There it is, right there. All right, let's take a look at this picture, peoples. This is TM. Now, tell me the difference, peoples. Tell me the difference in between these two pictures. What is it that you see, peoples, in these two pictures here? What is the difference? Is it the same person? Or is it a different person? What do you guys think? Take a good look at the picture. Now, let's go with this. Look at the eyebrows. That's the first thing to start. Look at the eyebrows. And then look at the nose. Then look at the lips. One has a little slight mustache, somewhat. Okay, right here. It's not right there, right? Slight little mustache or so. Lips is kind of chaffed. Look at the chin. Then look at the chin. Look at the eyes. Baggy and puffy. But then look at around the eyes right here. See that? See how the eyes is? Look at the eyes around here. Then look at the eyes right here. See how open and see how close there is right there? And then look at the eyeshadow. Eyeshadow. And then look at the right here. Now, and then look at the neck. And then look at the neck. See that right there? See the neck? And see how the chin is more rounded. And then look at the chin right here. So, let me ask you a question, peoples. Is this the real Teresa Martin, or is this a fake? The one right here on the left. Is she the fake? And she's mimicking the real Teresa Martin? Because even look at the forehead, peoples. What say ye? You guys tell me. Is this the real person who she is mimicking, peoples? You know, everybody's got a double, right? People's got doubles. KENNEKA got a double. Everybody's got doubles. KENNEKA's got a double. I'm fit to show you KENNEKA's double. But I wanted to show you this first. So you decide if Teresa Martin is mimicking someone else. Or is this really Teresa Martin? You decide. You decide, peoples. Look at the neck. Look at the face. This face is more oval, rounded with a longer chin. Look at this chin. It's more shorter and stubbled. People's, I mean, just look. Look at the chin. Look at the chin. See how the chin is more rounder? Look at the chin. It's more square. Look at the lips. And then look at the lips. Look at the nose. Look at the eyes, peoples. Bag and all sagged. And then look, the eyes is just worn. And she's got dinked in the face big time. Somebody socked her real good. Look at both eyes. These are black eyes right here, peoples. Somebody dinked this woman in the eye big time. And then look at the eyebrows. See how smooth and round that is? And look how squarish that is. And then even that one. Look at that. And then look how polished this is. And look how that is right there, peoples. Look at the forehead. Smooth, rugged. So you tell me, peoples. So is this a lady that Teresa Martin is mimicking? You decide. All right, let me show you this other picture. Let me show you KENNEKA twin.
Hello, lemon pepper stepper.
How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Okay, peoples, look at KENNEKA's twin right here. Now you decide. You see that? Look at KENNEKA's twin. See that? Look at the lips. Look at the nose. Her nose is a lot fatter. Her forehead is a lot puffier and bulges out a little more. She got bags under her eyes. She doesn't have dimples. KENNEKA has dimples right there. Right there. She doesn't. And even the lining right here where her mouth is not like KENNEKA's because she's got dimples right there. So let's take a look at this girl. Let's really take a look at this girl. See that? Look at that. She's got big breasts, but look at the face and stuff. Do that look like KENNEKA, peoples? Do that? That's KENNEKA's twin. Now let's look at KENNEKA. See that? That's KENNEKA's twin. Well, let me not say twin because see, people's going to take that out of context. That is the girl who looks like KENNEKA. It's a girl who looks like KENNEKA. Y'all want to say split image, but that's the girl who looks like KENNEKA. So let's look at KENNEKA. See that? So is that KENNEKA, peoples? Or is this a twin? Or a good, wholesome lookalike, peoples? You guys again decide. You guys decide, peoples. My only job is to bring this to you. All right. So now let's look at this picture, peoples. This was in the KENNEKA Jenkins discussion case, uncensored, unbiased. Okay, you guys hold on for a moment. Let me turn off this heater. All right, people. It says it's Brianna Jenkins in these pictures, not KENNEKA. Google the name Brianna Jenkins. She was shot in 2015. Why Kenny using a family picture that ain't his family? All of these lies is pissing me off right now. Okay, so why is Kenny using pictures, people's that is not his family? Why? Let's take a look. This is Brianna Jenkins, peoples. And look who he has in the picture. Who is that? Lenore. And who is the other kids? But this is Brianna Jenkins. No kin to them peoples at all. None whatsoever. No kin to them. But this girl happens to get shot and killed. This young lady happens to get shot and killed. So why are they using family pictures in a picture of a young lady who is not even family members for them? See the effery people that's going on. All right, so let's take a look at this here, peoples. Now let's take a look at this one right here, right there. Bronzeville's Dorothy Genius Tillman, who recently defended her PhD, is a shining light for the young peoples. A doctor at 17. But don't this girl resembles so much of that girl in that freezer? What say ye? Don't this girl resemble that girl so much in that freezer? I'm gonna clip this and let's do a comparison, peoples. I'm not saying it's her. I'm not saying it's her. So don't go when Edward Joseph is saying that a girl is Kenneka and all it. No, I'm not saying that, peoples. I'm saying she favors her. And the reason why I'm doing this, peoples, is because I want you to see how they are taking these people's pictures and things and making it seem like they are other people, which they are not. See how they are making an allusion to who Kenneka Jenkins is. And that's how they get you. Okay, let me save this in the Kenneka Jenkins folder. Let's call that up right now, peoples. Let's compare both of these together. Now, you decide whether or not, again, that these two young ladies is Teresa Martin and Kenneka Jenkins. Aren't they people who literally are just good, wholesome lookalikes? You guys tell me. Okay, let's call up that picture. That's how they get you, peoples. That's why I am showing you these pictures and all of these people who have some good, wholesome resemblance to some of these people. Because, man, if you're not careful, you would have sat here and thought, yeah, that's Kenneka. But is it really Kenneka? Now, let's compare this picture to this picture. That is just like a damn good That's a damn good lookalike. It's a damn good lookalike, you know? Just look at this for a moment. I understand the profile is a sideways and then she's smiling and things, but we don't know if she's got a dimple right here. But see, she's got puffy eyes too. And see, the puffiness of the eyes is covered by the eyelashes. She's got puffy eyes. She's got puffy eyes. Never mind the eyebrows, because eyebrows can change. But the profile, if she wasn't smiling so much, she's got big puffy cheeks. She do too. And the nose, it swoops down just like this. But remember, this is a sideways picture. But just the overall profile of it. Damn, that, man, that is a good damn lookalike. I know it's not her. It's not her. Well, I'm just saying, this is a damn good lookalike. But see, I'm showing this to show you these are the people who they go and look for. Just like I showed you in the other picture of both of the girls. One is KENNEKA and one is not. But they go and they look out, they seek out lookalikes. And this is how they mix all of these people up in all of these different photos and things. And then they show you pictures of when she was young, when she was real young, when she was just a little older, but they never showed you the picture of when she was at the age 19. And the only pictures that we can get is just a few little videos that we have with her riding in the car with her friends. And you can clearly see the distinctive features and how she looks much older than these young baby pictures that they have been inundating us with for the longest time. But this is the whole purpose. The whole purpose of this is to show you how they have been seeking people out to match these girls. And they go and get these girls who are runaways, girls who have issues at home or whatever the case may be and things. And then they get them together. And they do what they do. Now, this is just a recap on what I did earlier. Now, you see, this is why Zach got killed. Remember what the lady said in the video. If you know who Joe Com is, don't talk about this case. Well, I know who Joe Com is because I talked about him. There he is right there. And that video that I just played literally explains everything that you see right here. And this text that Zach had got literally explains everything of what happened to the young lady and him. Is that the eye control and the eye rules. Those who disobey the eye should get their eyes taken. And then what did Joel Com do? He X'd out her eyes in the Mona Lisa. And then he said, googly eyes with the question mark. Well, they talk in code language, people, but see, I've already learned how to decipher the code language, as you can see. And so they clearly told you we killed her. It says for a greater purpose, we took that girl. And you're next if the interview shall come out. And what happened to Zach? He was next. But what did Uncle Fed had say? The seventh was the marriage of the beast. That's why it was a satanic ritual. What did they say here? For the eye, we must do everything to worship, even if it means sacrifice. And what does you see on a dollar bill? You see a eye in a triangle, which represents the Illuminati. All seeing eye that sees everything. All right, people. So what do you think? You think that was Teresa, or is Teresa mimicking another lady that looks like her? Or was that KENNEKA, or was there another girl who looks like her? You decide. You decide, peoples. You decide. And now, here's the famous picture right here. I think I downloaded that picture. Let me go to the downloads. It's a famous picture right there that had appeared in damn near every. Now, is that KENNEKA, peoples? Do that look like KENNEKA Jenkins, peoples? Does that look like KENNEKA, peoples? KENNEKA Jenkins, peoples? I can go back and I can show so many pictures with this girl and with Teresa Martin. But it's not KENNEKA. Not Jenkins. Not KENNEKA Jenkins, peoples. And then here we go with a male version of the supposed KENNEKA Jenkins. This is the trainee. It's the trainee. All right, people. So do you believe all of these girls is kENNEKA? That's what they got down. That's kENNEKA, right? Do you believe all of them is kENNEKA? Do they even look remotely alike, peoples? Or is there men secretly woven in these pictures? See, the one thing that I have learned in looking and dealing with this kENNEKA Jenkins case, I've learned to have a trained eye. And not only learned how to have a trained eye, but I've learned to understand the men and the women. I've learned. I've learned to distinguish the men and the women. And what happens all too often, peoples, is that they tend to take these pictures and they tend to merge different pictures together to try to make it seem like they're in there. Okay, so here we go, peoples. Is that kENNEKA? There's that girl I just showed you in the other picture. Let's go back to the other picture, peoples. I just shown you. Here it is, right there. So let's go back to that other picture that I had up. There she is, right there, peoples. Is that kENNEKA Jenkins, peoples? Is that Jenkins or is that Martin? You decide, peoples. Is that Jenkins or is that Martin? Just like the other lady. That I've shown you. Was that Teresa Martin? Or was that some other lady? And in the other picture, was that kENNEKA? Or was that a different kENNEKA? So I'm doing this, peoples, because again, I want you guys to get a chance to see and understand some things and all, because there is a lot of people who is look-alike and they look damn near alike. but they're not alike. Some major strong twins, but they're not really twins. That's the whole purpose of me doing this live. It's the whole purpose of me doing this live, peoples. And I named this live kENNEKA Jenkins. You are not kENNEKA Martin. Two totally separate girls. And if you're not careful, you would think that every picture that you see that is of a boy is a girl. And it's not the same person. Mildred say that's not KJ. So people, you decide. What's that Teresa Martin in both pictures? You decide. You decide. I'm just here to show you how they played you and making you think that every girl is her. They start off with baby pictures, then they go with younger pictures, and then they come up with a few more pictures that's older than that. Then rarely would you ever see the actual picture of kENNEKA at the age that she was. But they inundate you with a lot of baby pictures only to distort and get you to view and think things that looks just like. And then that way they can impose other people in where she's never been. And then Mildred said to me that don't look like TM. Even TM got lookalikes, peoples. Even TM got a lookalike. People, I rest my case. I rest my case for right now, anyway. I had to do this live tonight to walk this through, to show you some things and stuff, because, again, you got to train your eye. You got to look at every aspect. You got to look at everything, people. Look at because again, what people do all too often, people will take a look at this, and you've been looking at so many young pictures and then a little older pictures and stuff and lookalikes and all like this, and then they make it seem like, oh yeah, that's her. Yeah, I've seen that before. But it's an illusion to the conclusion, peoples. For someone who may look like you, but really is not you. And that's the deception. But see, they couldn't fool Edward Joseph. That's the deception. But see, instead of me saying and telling you who it is, you tell me what you think. Because I've always said, people, you cannot put no one in where they never been. You just can't do it, peoples. You just can't do it. Now, I'm gonna say this, and then we're gonna get out of here. It's almost 10:30. We're almost at the 5 o'clock hour. Let me say this, peoples. And we're gonna cover another little bit on tomorrow. When the young lady was taken to the ha hotel, she was taken to the hospital, not left at the hotel. She died at the hospital, not the hotel. The young lady that you see in the freezer died at the hotel. The young lady that we know as KENNEKA Martin died at the hospital and subsequently taken to Schiller's Park for cremation. That's why you never seen her. Organs taken, everything. That's why you never seen her. And so you say, Edward Joseph, well, damn, how in the hell did you know this? Okay, well, people's it's called documentation. It's called documentation. When they've already told you that they took the body down to Resurrection Hospital. Well, Dr. Christos had literally had what? Pronounced her dead, but she wasn't at the hospital. But yet she was at the hospital. Okay, so let me say this, people, so I can be more clear. The person who they called KENNEKA Jenkins was still at the hotel, but the KENNEKA Jenkins that they proclaimed that was at the hotel was brought to the hospital. So you see what I'm saying? The double was the double. You understand what I'm saying? So where the double was in the freezer, the other double was taken to the hospital. So this is one of the reasons why there was a delay in finding the body, because remember, they said that it took several weeks because the body was lost, right? The body was lost. So it took several weeks for them to find her body. Well, how in the hell could you lose the body? Because instead of the body going to Resurrection Hospital, the body was supposed to have been on its way to Cook County Medical Examiner's Office for what? An autopsy. But if you have two girls of the same name, well, it's already lost in translation right there. How could two girls of the same name go to the same place? Bingo. Just like the two girls who I just shown you that looks just like KENNEKA, but it's two different girls. And just like I shown you two different girls that favors each other, but not really. I just answered your question, people. That's how they did it. It's exactly how they did it. And I'm going to go a little further with that. That's why there was lost in translation, because remember, case files told them, it gave them specific instructions, is that the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, they need to be notified of all deaths, not just some, all deaths. And it said in the case files that Dr. Howell had performed the autopsy. And so the major discrepancy was, how in the hell could a 135-pound girl transition to 100 and what, 58 pounds? Somewhere around there. Think that the body weighed at least 25 to almost 30 pounds more than KENNEKA, because all in the case files, 5'7", 135-pound girl who was wearing gray shoes, blue jean denim jacket, outfit, staggering drunk near the front desk, in the Crown Plaza, down the halls. But yet in the autopsy, the weight is greater than what it was stated in the case files and what they have supposedly had seen on surveillance video footage. Is this the reason why we're seeing big and small in the video footage of a girl walking the halls? People, it was purposely designed to fool you. Purposely. So they can get rid of one and bring in the other. And if you're not careful, you would have thought everything was just perfectly aligned. And just as I shown you all of the different doors to the freezer in the establishment, it's just how I shown you all of the different girls, who was one in the freezer, one on the gurney in the kitchen, and one on the gurney that was supposed to have been at the funeral home. And they all look different. So if you can explain to me which freezer that any of these girls are supposed to be in, how in the hell can you explain to me why the discrepancy in the autopsy report? I'll wait. I said, I'll wait. Peoples, I have looked, I have searched up and down. I have referenced the obituaries. I have referenced the times. I have referenced the news articles. I have referenced everything to get any indication as to any girl that matches the description of KENNEKA around that time that was ever omitted or was ever sent, because usually they have the deaths of the people in the newspaper. You know, reference everything. That's how you cross-reference things, peoples. And so that was my question to the people. How did that happen? How is it that we have three different girls who looks different, which I just shown you? Some of the girls look damn near just the same and subtly different. Well, how could you tell if you don't have a trained eye? Is that Teresa and Teresa the same? Is that KENNEKA and KENNEKA the same? Or is that KENNEKA Jenkins and KENNEKA Martin? Or is it both KENNEKA Jenkins? Or is it both KENNEKA Martin? I purposely did that because if you can't tell the difference, then how in the hell could you tell the difference between the freezer doors or the girls on the gurney? I rest my case. Peoples, I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow. I don't know. I got to see what I'm going to do. Going to talk about another piece to this puzzle and things. Got to gather my thoughts on tonight. See how or what I'm going to do and things. But I greatly appreciate you guys for tuning in and watching. Peoples, we are at 54 likes. And we are at 676 subscribers. And I want to try to get that up to at least 690 by the weekend. At least. We got all of these people who's watching, but we don't have all of the people who's subscribing. People, you're only going to get the content here. Explained thoroughly, rationally, unequivocally, and undeniably. Here. Make it where Joseph, Let's Talk Live, your channel. Make it your home. We want you to join us. You see, peoples, this is why I take the time out to do what I do. And I have meticulously combed through all of these videos, pictures, and posts and everything to really connect these dots. Now it's making even more sense than whatever before. And nobody has ever explained it in the manner to which I am doing, because again, I'm only going by what they said and not what I said. And when I go by what they said, it just makes so much more sense. And again, if you can't make out the differences between the freezers and how the supposed J Money could have taken a picture of this freezer and then this other freezer that this girl is in, help me to make that make sense. If you can't make sense of that, well, then how are you going to make sense of anything? It's got to be a reason. It's got to be an explanation, peoples. Why all of these different freezers? I've shown you that on the live the other day. Why? How and why? How could J Money have taken a picture of this freezer, and this place was supposed to be cornered off. How and why this other YouTuber goes and takes a video of this other freezer and say, well, this is the freezer that she was actually found in. I told you, peoples. Nobody wanted to believe me. There was more video footage than they have given you. Now, the question is, could this white boy who had shown this video footage on his live be the actual freezer, peoples? Well, let's just say that is for another day. Because he did not show you a freezer that they have been showing you in all of this video footage. How did this white boy obtain that footage? That's the question. And that's a damn good question, peoples. Is that another video to where they want to put out there like the straight drops and all of them to kind of make you believe into thinking something different? Oh, I don't know. I'm not saying neither way. I'm not saying yes, and I'm not saying no. I'm saying you decide. My only thing is just to bring it to you. You know, my only thing is to just bring it to you. And, but let me tell you this, people. So let me tell you one thing. Out of the video footage that he's shown, that shit was so goddamn clear. It was incredible. Clear video. And when you get clear video, peoples, 9 times out of 10, it is the original. I'm just saying. I've been a videographer for over 20 years, peoples. I mean, you get clear cut video, clear, it's called original. Now, is it a part of the case? Well, we're going to talk about it. We're going to take a look at it. We're going to examine every inch of this thing here. We are going to examine every iota of this thing here and get a clear cut understanding, peoples. We are going to leave no stone unturned. None whatsoever. We're going to analyze every square inch of this thing. And guess what? We're going to use what they gave. It makes sense of what they gave. There's a lot of content creators who have some good juicy stuff, and we're going to analyze their videos and things as well, because you know, one who I highly look at her is Sherry Shriner. She was literally on this shit like white on rice. Now, do I agree with all of the shapeshifters and things of that nature and aliens and all like that? Well, people, I mean, you know, everybody has a little folklore and the things that they express and whatnot. But if you look at the overall of what she was trying to convey, it's hard to deny that she don't know what she was talking about. It's hard to deny that. So I'm only really going to expound on the things that can really give us some greater insight, even more so than not. And that's my dedication to you, peoples. I'm not here to endorse all of the conspiracy theories, and I'm not here to endorse all of what Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree just because they said it, just because you thought that you saw something on a video or you heard something on a video. Well, I just did a test tonight. If you can't discern or decipher from those pictures that I've shown you, or the pictures that I've shown you of the freezer, well then how can you sit here and tell me unequivocally and undeniably that this is actual, factual, and true of what you're telling me? That doesn't jive with me. If you can't take a stance with that of what I have shown you and make up your own mind on something, well then how are you going to tell me and the other people in here that what you're saying is actual, factual, or true if you can't even begin to explain or express these things, peoples? How? You can't. And that's what I said. And that's why I'm here to sit here to really break this thing down. All right, people. Well, it's almost 11 o'clock. We're past the 5-hour mark. Let's call it tonight. We got some good, juicy content. And let's analyze another piece of this puzzle. Share this video. And then the people who haven't subscribed to the channel, come and subscribe to the channel. Make Edward Joseph your home. Make Edward Joseph your home. We love you here. We appreciate you. And we're going to do this together, peoples. It ain't no one eyes, no big U's. We're all in this together. And we're all in here to see the same thing, peoples. And that is justice for these people who were murdered. And it is my endeavor, peoples, to figure out and find out who this young lady is. Somebody knows. Somebody inadvertently said her name. Somebody inadvertently talked about her. And I have been scanning all of these people's posts. Scanning all of these people posts and things. Because see, the one good thing about people, they talk too much. They talk too much and they never shut up. And that's how you get them, peoples. All right, peoples, let's get out of here. Let's go. Let's take it home. I greatly appreciate you. Blessings to you, Lemon Pepper Stepper. Blessings to you, Marcus. Blessings to you, Mildred. Mr. Homer Green, Brat, Cheryl, Menez, Claudia, Barbie. It's Jay. BJ with the Shits TV. That's my partner in crime. Anika Hope, my namesake. Marcus Marvin Atkins. David. Mr. O'Neill Brown Transformation. And Edward Joseph. And then all of you peoples, all of you who have been in here. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for coming in and for showcasing your love to this channel. Love you dearly, peoples. Let's go.
You unravel me.
Well, peoples, we have made it
Melody.
down to the end of our journey
You
on
surround
tonight.
me with
And peoples, this has literally been an excellent live.
deliverance
We have literally
from my enemies.
went in step by step,
Till all
and we
my
have
fears
literally brought
are
out
gone.
a lot of information.
I'm no longer
Analyzed
slave to
talked
fear,
about it, and we got clarity out of
for
it.
I am a child.
Peoples, I greatly
of God.
appreciate each and every one of you coming in
I'm no longer
and showcasing all of your love. You
slave
are
to fear,
doing excellent to help me
for
stay in the
I
algorithm
am a
and to help me to get the
child
word out there
of God.
about the kENNEKA Jenkins case, people.
From my mother's womb,
Thank you to all of my supporters. Thank you to all of
you
the people who work
chosen
behind the
me.
scenes, who helps me
Your
gather up
love
all of this
has
content so I
called
can be able to present it
my
to each and
name.
every one of you. And thank you,
I've
each
been
and every
born
one of you who
again
have literally sat
into
here
your
for all of these hours
family.
to partake in
Your blood
this live
flows through
and to showcase
my
your love for this
veins.
channel. Peoples, we're dedicated.
I'm no
We're real.
longer
We are only
slave
seeking
to
that
fear,
of what we can for this people.
for
That's
I
it.
am a child.
I will always give you 110%
Oh, I'm no
in
longer
any and everything that I do in order to
slave
showcase
to fear,
my
for
talents.
I am a child
Well,
of God.
peoples,
You split the
I hope I had
sea so
said
I
something
could
to encourage your
walk
hearts upon today.
right through it. My
Tune in and again
fears are
next time for when
drowned
Edward
in
Joseph Let's Talk
perfect
Live,
love.
Edward Joseph Kitchen,
You
Edward Joseph
ransom
Gospel
me
Hour,
so I can
Edward Joseph's
stand
Blessings Giveaway
and
2023
say
will
I
come to you with
am
something wonderful.
a child.
I love you with the love of
God.
Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it.
You split
People,
the sea
mask up
so
and
I
be safe.
could walk
And again, people,
right through
I
it.
greatly appreciate you from the bottom of my
My
heart.
fears are drowned in perfect
you dearly,
love.
Of your support.
You rescued me
Because without
so
you, people,
I could
Edward
stand
Joseph Let's Talk Live
and
would never
say
be.
I am
And so,
a child.
I'm greatly appreciative
of God.
from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, I am
You guys be blessed
a
and have a
child
wonderful
of
night
God.
on tonight, people. If the Lord says the same, I'll be back.
A child.
God bless you all. Thank you for watching. And so, peoples, that brings us to the end of this particular live on tonight. And I hope I had given you a good and greater understanding as to the difference in between kENNEKA Jenkins and kENNEKA Martin. People's kENNEKA Jenkins, you can tell the difference in between the two. kENNEKA Jenkins always had the recessed teeth. She always had the recessed teeth. She always had the double line in her neck. And she always had the mole
by her lip. That's how you know Kenneka Jenkins from Kenneka Martin. So there is a Kenneka Jenkins and there is a Kenneka Martin. Peoples, stay tuned for part two. Stay tuned for part two. We're gonna get really back into this again, peoples. And as you can see, peoples, the different girls who played Kenneka. And so, as I shown you earlier, there were three different girls. One was Kenneka Jenkins, one was Kenneka Martin, and then there was another girl who was a lookalike of Kenneka, who wasn't even Kenneka, but it was Brianna Jenkins Peoples, as you can see. And so when the people say that, oh no, it's no Kenneka Jenkins, no Kenneka Martin, well then tell them to go back and watch this live. Because I have already shown you, peoples, that is one of the reasons why they showed you a lot of these young pictures of Kenneka and not older. And then I'm getting ready to get off of here, peoples, because it's late. But one thing I do want to reference, and I want you guys to take notice of, and things. Go back and look at the picture of Kenneka in the freezer and how her face was big and puffy. How her face was big and puffy versus how she was when she wasn't in the freezer. And then go back and look at the picture of the person who you guys called Kenneka when they first had walked into the establishment, and notice the black stripe on the shirt. Kenneka never wore a black stripe on the shirt, peoples, as you can clearly see. And that picture was greatly enlarged, and you can clearly see it wasn't the person's hair on the shirt. It was a trainee. It's a trainee, peoples. And I'm going to go back and I'm going to play back some of my old lives and stuff so you can understand the significance of the signs, peoples, because this whole case was demonic. This whole case was demonic, and they played you. Now, if many of you still believe that Kenneka Jenkins ever was at the establishment on the night, well then, you know, I hope this had helped you quite a bit in understanding the two people, the different girls who played Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin. And it's the reason why that they pretty much played with the name, peoples. The name is not synonymous with the same person, but it is two actual factual different girls. And when you want to call Kenneka Martin Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Jenkins Kenneka Martin, well, then you need to understand the very difference in between the two. And there is a very distinguished difference. And I've been showing you guys that forever and a day. I've been showing you forever and a day. And the people who still want to believe that Kenneka Jenkins, Kenneka Martin is the same, well, then come to my live and show us who Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin is. Because I've already have shown you many times over, from the younger pictures to the older pictures. I've shown you the difference. I took my time and I walked it down, and there is a big distinguishable difference. And it Kenneka Martin never did. kENNEKA Martin is taller than kENNEKA Jenkins and a lot heavier than kENNEKA Jenkins, peoples. And that, my friends, is how you can tell the difference in between the two. Is that all right, people? So I'll be back to play part 2. And then I'm going to do a live, and I'm going to outline in great detail all of the different girls who played kENNEKA. And I'm going to give you a good, wholesome background story of each and every girl. And lastly, peoples, as Gina to you have pointed out, all of these girls died between the ages of 17 and 19, not 16, not 15, not 14, not 20, not 21, and not 22, but between 17 and 19. And it's the reason for that, peoples. Every girl that you have seen had died between the ages of 17 and 19, peoples. It's a reason for that. And if you guys come on back, I'll tell you why. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 25. My God, we'll come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, as you guys can see in the picture in the middle, you can see the recess in her teeth, right under her big teeth right there, peoples. This is kENNEKA Jenkins, peoples. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.